All right, we're now live. You're good to begin. We are live.
Good morning. Becky, I think you're still muted if you're trying to talk. Okay, I'll welcome everybody to the KDE update. We've got a host of folks here today to go through some material. We're want to thank everyone for joining us and being part of this presentation. I know you all are very busy with everything that's going on in your local schools and districts, but we do appreciate the fact that you're taking time and participate in this training. We will stay on schedule today, so if you have folks that you see a specific agenda item you feel should come in and out just for one item or one agenda item, please let them know that that's very possible. We will, if we get a session over early, we'll have other conversation to kill some time, or we'll take an extended break or extended lunch as needed to use up the time so that we can continue to stay on schedule throughout the day. If you are watching this information, you know this, you're watching through the KDE Media Portal. So if you've got somebody that's struggling to get on, please share this. Linda Burton did send out the links yesterday to the Media Portal. That included the Go Soapbox link. That's app GoSoapbox. So go out there and log on to that. That's really where we want you to provide your questions, and we're going to be looking to answer questions throughout the day. So some of the time we may not be able to get to all the questions, but if they're out there, we will provide a written Q&A document after the training and get that information back out to you. Or if you need a quicker response, just contact one of us. We'll be glad to get help you out as we can. The presentation slides have been emailed out to everybody that was registered. They're also the training agendas out on our website. If you've not seen that, that was also part of the email that went out. If you want ELA credit, please make sure that you have registered and you have, and after the training is complete, you will get an email with a post-training survey. Both of those items are required to get ELA credit. I know we've had questions from folks about if the training is recorded and I watch a recorded session, can I still get ELA credit? We don't really know the answer to that. Under normal circumstances, the answer would be no. But there is a email on the bottom of that ELA credit webpage that they may be able to help to see if anything has loosened up in our new environment. So we don't want to say definitely no, which is what we would normally have to say, but we just think that if that's the only way you can watch this training and you still register, you still complete the post-training survey, that you've completed it, at least it's worth asking. So our agenda is pretty full today. We did have to start a little bit earlier than we originally planned for our updates because we were handling the updates as part of the first part of the day because the superintendents have a webcast this afternoon. So we were bumping right against their webcast, so we needed to leave our facilitators and our tech crew that we depend on so greatly. Andy and Megan, thank you so much for all you do to support us. Ryan, Linda, we couldn't do this without you all. So they've got to move on to the superintendent webcast this afternoon. So we wanted to get this over a little bit earlier. So that's why we're starting a little bit earlier. We're also starting with some of what we normally have called the supplemental information, the information that we've used just to kind of fill up time throughout the day, things like that. But there was some information we felt like was good and we want to make sure we had time for. So we're going to go through that this morning. And then we'll turn it over to Rhonda and her crew to go through some information that you need for end of the year. And then, as you can see, we'll hit on preschool and K-Screen and Safe Schools and English Learners. So we've got a lot of information. There may be things that you'd like to hear about that you're not seeing on the agenda. And if there's something that you really have a question about, again, please go out to Go Soapbox, put that information out there, because if we can get to it today, we will. So we'll try to answer the questions. We might not be able to answer all the questions, but that does give us a good trigger to actually go and look for an answer for you and then get back to you. So before we start the end of your updates, Becky, do you want to add anything? I kind of jumped right in on that.
No, just happy to have everyone with us. We have kind of a record number of people registered today, so that's exciting, especially in the situation that we're in. Hope that this finds you all safe and healthy at home as Team Kentucky deals with this COVID virus that we're all experiencing. Your Team KDE presenters are in their home offices today, so just like many of you, we may have children, spouses, pets, other things that you might hear in the background. So we just hope you'll bear with us as we try to present this information to you today. And as Dee Dee has said, we may provide you with a little bit of comic relief when you hear some of the things going on in our homes. So with that, we hope you have a great session today. All
right, so we're going to start going through the KDE update topics. We can call these shorts because they're really short updates. A lot of them are reminders, and we'll go through them I'll go through them very quickly. There's a couple things that might be new to you, so if they are, again, use Go Soapbox to put any questions in there. If we can't get to it, I think I've got another 25 minutes or so to go through about 30 slides. So you all know I talk fast if you've heard me before. But again, if something's unclear, please, I've got folks that are helping watch the Soapbox, and I'm kind of watching it too. So we'll answer questions as we can and then get back to the others. So most of you should know by now that there will be limited assessment data this year. We did complete testing for K-Screen, and the access testing for English learner students is complete. ACT, all but 3 schools did the first round of testing. That doesn't mean every student in those schools got tested. So there are some makeup testing dates that have been announced to DACs. Those are late September through about middle of October for either the new test dates and the accommodation dates and a makeup date. So your DACs are aware of that, and we'll plan accordingly. When we put the assessment data out on the school report card, we will not have ACT as we go live with the first release. We are, however, expecting to go out with with the ACT data later in the year, maybe December timeframe, if we've got it all together. And all this is really dependent on the fact that does school start back as normal in the fall or not? And I don't think any of us really know the answer to that at this point. The other assessments, accountability, was all waived for 2020, so we won't have any of that reporting this year. I do want to make sure, and this information has gone out from a number of different sources, but there is a new COVID-19 resource page off the KDE website. You can link to the KDE COVID-19 resource page from the banner on top of all of our web pages. And it's really a place that you can go to get information. On any questions. There's Q&As out there, things like that that might be helpful. So I just want to make sure that all of you are aware of that new page also. So if you haven't already, please check it out. We do have some new campus resources, and we want to thank the Infinite Campus folks. I mean, they've kind of just risen to the challenges of, if they hear something feel like, is needed, they've really tried to jump in and provide us some resources that would help. One of the items is the distance learning participation and attendance module. There's a soapbox question out there, a survey question. So if you can go out and answer that, that would be great. Just to give us some feedback. It does track student participation in Infinite Campus. It is optional. The NTI folks aren't saying this is required in any way, so I don't want you to leave here and say they told me it's required. I will say we're getting great feedback from the few schools that are using it. There's not a lot of schools that opted to change their process for managing that mid-year, but NTI was new to some districts. So for those, it made sense to go ahead and implement a solution. There are links to short videos that can help you review what's possible, and also help you share that information with the administrators in your schools to determine if this would be a better way of tracking both student and teacher participation on the NTI You get a daily assignment that's created in the teacher's gradebook. And there's a couple of options available to you. So it's not just a one size fits all. There's options available to you for how you would use it in your district. So please take time to go to the survey question. I am looking right now at about most of you, not most of you, 60% of you say you prefer to track manually outside of campus. There's about 14% of you that say you're using for NTI now and will continue to use it going forward. And there's about 30% of you that say you want more information. And we know that this is a feature that KDE doesn't use, but districts are using. So we might reach out to some of our districts that have had great success on it and see if they could share some information with you on how it's being used in their districts. So keep answering that question as we go forward. We will share the outcome of that in the Q&A document. And the other thing that Infinite Campus offered was some changes to the pass-fail grading. And this really provides some information on questions that you need to consider before making the decision to go to pass-fail. What we don't want to see is pass-fail, especially the high school level, for a full year as being your final grade, because that does impact keys. But there's ways to do it and be not impact. So take a look at those. If you have any indications this may be a decision that's already been made, and it's information that you've already gotten and are comfortable with. So just wanted to continue to mention it for those that might have missed it earlier. The District and School Collection Repository, DASAR, is where we ask schools and districts to go and add new schools or update school information or close a school. So we typically work with WAPOCs, but sometimes WAPOCs give others access to the system to update that information. So if you've got schools that have changed locations, if you've got new schools or schools that are closing at the end of the year, don't forget to update in DASAR system. Typically, there's an annual verification each spring. So Rodney Bennett is the contact on that. And as that goes out, you'll get more information. Data security and privacy. Really, we've tried to update our data security and privacy pages. We've really focused on the data privacy pages first. We took resources that we felt were good resources. We didn't reinvent the wheel on creating a bunch of stuff. Unfortunately, we just don't have that level of capacity. But we put some resources out there for the data privacy for parents, and also another page for data privacy for schools and districts. And we hope you'll find that's helpful for you, even if you're referring other folks to that. If you get questions and say, well, I know KDE has a page that you can go to, or if you want to add our links onto your pages so that you don't have to try to maintain the same type of information locally. The other thing is that I just wanted to mention yesterday, I got the U.S. Department of Education's annual FERPA notice to superintendents. It's something that comes out to the state school chiefs as well as superintendents every year, and it's reminders about FERPA and reminders about the protection of pupil rights, the PPRA requirements. They included a few additional resources that I think we've sent most of those resources out in newsletters or something else too, but we want to make sure you're aware of that. It does bring up some good points as far as making sure you review your FERPA and PPRA notice in respect to what you're doing in the COVID-19 environment. Does it reflect, is there needs to change it or update it? And if there are, to be working on those changes. And it also encourages schools and districts to post those notices on their local websites. So if you've not seen that, it is posted on our school page. So take a look and you can get the actual letter that was sent out. We do have some updates from the dual credit and KTS data exchange. We're really trying to make sure that information is transferring as it should. Work with, as far as any of these KTS slides, really the fact that we're really working as a partnership between the CTE Center or the ATC Center and the school is critical as far as scheduling, making sure that the courses, if they're dual credit, they're marked dual credit on both systems, and update these dual credit cores per the dual credit data standard, because that's important. We use that data for school report card reporting. Those it impacts keys reporting. There's a lot of things this dual credit data is used for. So making sure that it's correct is going to ensure your students get the credit they deserve for it, as well as your school's information showing correctly on federal and state reporting. There are some end-of-year resources that KDE puts out. This information's out on our website, but also wanted to remind you here, the state reporting deadlines. These are all hyperlinks, so you've got the actual PowerPoint presentation, so you can click on them. The quick state reporting, the quick reference guide, ad hocs that can use, and really an end-of-year checklist. But as you look through these things, really think about, is there time now? And you only are the ones that can answer that. I can't say that there is time, but find time or find help to be able to look at some of the quality assurance actual reports to make sure the data that comes due at the end of the year is accurate, and you won't have a lot of time spent at that point trying to figure out why it's not reporting correctly. You've already gotten past that. So anything you can do to prepare is always a good thing. But I know that also there's a lot going on right now. There is some e-transcript training. Hopefully your counselor's got this information directly. However, if you're not sure, or you've got a new counselor, or you're not using the e-transcript process at the high school for some reason, please share this information with them. Parchment does provide this training. There was one that was done, I think, yesterday. So it may be that you find some of yours has already actually participated in training. But it's important, especially with students not being on campus. These seniors need to know that they need to change their email account in Parchment, because if they don't change it and all of a sudden their school email account has been used and it's closed, they won't be able to get back into their Parchment account. So communication is always important, but this is just one more thing to remember to include in the emails to the seniors, or the messaging to the seniors, however you do that. Seniors have until July 30th to order the final transcripts for free. After July 30th, there is a cost, and we don't subsidize that any longer. So check out the KSIS newsletter for more transcript reminders. It just went out. So you should be able to look at that soon. I can't remember if it was in this one that's going out this week or the one that went out last month. And Linda, you may know, when you can put something in the soapbox if you'd like. Other things on each transcript, we are looking to renew the contract. We've got another year on this contract. It's not something that's going to happen immediately, but we're always asking for feedback. Provide any feedback, or sorry, I went the wrong way. Provide any feedback you'd like to provide on e-transcripts. You can email us through the KDE data request email account, or reach out to me or Kim Walters on that. Another reminder, data quality graduation, G codes must be entered by June 30th. So make sure your students that are graduating do have a G code. Don't submit G codes for students that have graduated kindergarten or graduated middle or elementary school. Those are really cute, but they're not G codes. So keep in mind that the G code, the diploma date, diploma type must be on there for the graduates, and also for e-transcripts, because post-secondary schools aren't going to consider them graduated unless they see all the fields completed on their final transcript. Enrollment invalid. There's some validation reports you can use. The enrollment in status validation report can be used to confirm all high school students' enrollments have an end status. You've got G code validation reports that show information on students and G codes, and gives you some error codes in there as needed to help you work through any outstanding data quality issues you have. So those reports will help you find helpful as you work through that. Infinite Campus invoices were mailed out April 17th to districts' points of contacts. They must be paid by August 15th. You think, why did they mail them out so early? Well, we do that specifically, and Infinite Campus works with us to do this, so that if you want to pay them in the current year, meaning this year, you have money left over, you'd like to go ahead and get the payment, you can. If you prefer, you always pay after the new year starts, that's fine too. It just gives you options. If you don't find, you get your Infinite Campus invoices, we do have copies, and you can request those through the KDE data request at education.ky.gov email. Those do go out to typically the finance points of contact, so just help us by verifying with the finance director that they did get their invoice, and they will have it to pay when they're ready to, of course, by the August 15th deadline. Interoperability within campus. One of the things is interoperability is a big buzzword these days, and a lot of you are, well into interoperability. You're using campus third-party systems like OneRoster, Ed5, things like that to actually integrate data between maybe your LMS system and Infinite Campus, so that you're not entering data multiple times. But if you're seeing that's happening and you're at your school and district, and you're seeing that we're requiring people to do data entry more than one time into different systems, reach out to Lisa Roten, Infinite Campus, see if there isn't a solution that will allow you to do that. If you're thinking about putting an RFP together, really talking to campus on what standards there are already in place, and including that as a component within your RFP really does help, because if you can use a system to provide all your rostering data, where you can use campus functionality and have grades come back into the system from another system. There's solutions for that will make much more, the integration much more helpful than having to either go without that data in one of the systems or have to enter the data in a separate way. All right. KIA did send information out on their grading policies, of course, with the COVID-19 school building closures. There were lots of questions about what do we do about seniors, dual credit, AP, IB, all those different things. So KIA sent out some information, and we have linked it here. It did go out to superintendents a while back, but we want to make sure that you had a link to it also. Went out in a Monday message, so this link actually takes you to that Monday message. If there's still questions about keys, contact KIA. Rebecca Gilpatrick is a great contact. She can be very helpful on this. We don't want anything that we're doing to get through this period of time to negatively affect the Students' Keys Award. So please make sure that is being thought through as you make changes to grading policies or anything else. The KTS data exchange I mentioned earlier, along with the dual credit stuff, it's just make sure there is an open line of communication. Make sure your grade syncs, and the grades are being posted transcripts. This is information that goes out every single year. There's, Tanya Fluke has a lot of links here that are very helpful. So please use this as a resource to help you ensure the high school and the technical school data stays in alignment. This is every year we get a reminder. New employees, use the staff locator. Don't create a new employee without first trying to find them in the staff locator. It's important that those records do transfer, just like a student transfer. We would always tell you to go to the student transfer, student locator, just like we do staff locator. But it's important because if we have duplicate records for a teacher, we may say that that's a new teacher when it's really not a new teacher as far as our federal and state reporting. So, enter the EPSB data, the number. If you don't know it initially, there are reports that you can run to kind of go back and fill that in as you get the information, but it's important that that EPSB number is there. It's used for some of our state mandatory reporting. So without that there, someone's going to follow back up to you and try to get those completed so that we can meet our reporting requirements. The employment verification report is available to assist with this information. So People Role Manager is another system that we want to make sure you are aware of. And if you look at our open house website at at education.ky.gov, you'll see that this little picture here, the school and districts, that's an online school and district directory. People use that to find out how to contact you. Some of that information does come from DASR, your school address, your phone numbers, those type of things comes from DASR. But the people role manager, who is your contact, who your contacts are at the school and the district level, come from people role managers. So as people leave or as people renew, please make sure that those are getting up to date. Work with your WAPOC. If you don't know who your WAPOC is, go out to the school and district website and look at your own directory, and your WAPOC is the last roll at the very bottom, and they'll say who that contact is. This is something that may be new to you. It has been mentioned to superintendents, but I'm not sure how much discussion there has been at the district. My guess is very little, but I may be very wrong on that. There's a new pandemic EBT program. That is an electronic benefit transfer program. It's really a program that is administered by the Cabinet for Health and Family Services as part of their food stamp program. However, it expands food stamps eligibility to include anybody that is receiving free or reduced price school meals during the school year. So what they're doing is they're going to provide benefits out to individuals, and these families need help, and this is another way of providing help. We don't have all the specifics on the application process, but we have learned that the state student ID is needed to apply. Now, some of you, I'll say most of you at the districts, use the state student ID as your local ID. I think all but 4 districts do that. So if you're doing that, you might be using that ID for something else. You may already have in the parent portal that it displays. If you don't, turn that on. That's probably the easiest way to tell folks to get their ID. For instance, if you're a CEP school, every student will need to know their SSID number. Some of them might already be eligible based on the fact that they're already receiving benefits from the Health and Family Services Agency. But if not, they're going to need their SSID, and we're going to be asking local districts to help with disseminating that SSID to families. And for every family, you may have, any number of students, some of which may qualify, some may not. If they're going to a non-CEP school and not income eligible, you may have one student that does qualify and another one that doesn't. So do keep in mind, at this point, there's not a lot more I can say on this one, except for have discussions internally about how you could get that state student ID out to students locally to be able to help them with their application for this program.
Dee Dee, I'll just let you know we've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. So school report card, the 2018-19 financial transparency is delayed to allow districts more time. It'll go out mid-May is about the time it's going to close for schools to enter their data. And with it being, I think the time right now is like the Tuesday after Memorial Day, it's public opening. The rest of the data is going to run, it's going to be limited data this year, but it will run the normal time frame. July will open for the data collector and the safety data. In August, the rest of the data will be open up, and the collector data will still remain open. More than likely, we'll still plan for a late September release. Student transfer, records transfer reminders. Please make sure, I'm going to kind of go through this. Please make sure you're following the guidance in this records transfer data standard. It's important. It's important to do it quickly. The new thing that I don't want to miss here with having limited time is our new requirements, House Bill 312, and I have hyperlinked the House bill here. So if you want to look at it, you can. Requires says the school must immediately enroll the student, a new foster student, and request records from the previous school. The previous school must release records the day the request is received. So, if you get it late in the day, that doesn't leave much time, but according to the new laws, you have to release it. You need to follow the enrollment and student records transfer data standard. It gives you 3 additional days to provide any supplemental data to the school, but it does really turn up the time frame on these foster student records. And talking to some of the legislatures that presented this, they feel like this is a huge problem. The foster care students aren't being served quickly enough. It's important that when they do have to transfer a foster student to a new school, that they get this information as quickly as possible. We'll start transitioning now. This teacher data, again, this is a new report. This information's gone out before, but be aware of this report. There's a quick reference card in this detail to give you more information on the teacher report. And this teacher data is used by a lot of federal and state reporting, including school report card. There was some training, spring user groups. It was recorded. It is available in ICU. There is new Mastering Campus online option. Talk to Lisa Roten if there's interest. And we do continue to keep the KSIS training page up to date. So watch that for new offerings. User account reminders. If you're not going to have, you've got teachers that are, or staff that are not coming back, please make sure that you cancel their access to the system. You can generate the active user account and the usage report in Infinite Campus to make sure you review and make sure that even as people transfer from one role to another, they still have the access they need. All right, I'm out of time. I didn't think I'd have room for questions, but I'm going to turn it back to Becky to move on to the next presenter.
Okay. So we are ready now for our data cleanup for SAAR calendars and Seek at Risk session. You will have a whole team of presenters from the Division of District Support. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Rhonda Devine and let their team take over for their presentation.
Good morning. My name is Rhonda Devine, and I'm with the Office of Finance and Operations, Division of District Support. From my team, Brad Kennedy, Laura Lohman, and Josh Whitlow will be presenting. Today we will be discussing data cleanup for the 2019-20 school year. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many reporting requirements will be different. Today we will discuss NTI instructional minutes and how to change them to 420 minutes for the day if your district chooses to do so, SAAR data cleanup, at risk, virtual and performance-based courses, and calendars. NTI usually gives last year's ADA for the minutes in each day, which matches the period schedule. But due to the COVID-19, this year, you can receive 7 hours or 420 minutes of instruction for each NTI day. And all changes must be made on all calendars. If you follow the path, System Admin, Calendar, and then go to the Days tab, you can click on the day, choosing N for non-traditional instruction for the event type, and replace the zeros in the duration and the instructional minutes to 420, and this will give you the 7 hours or 420 minutes for each NTI day that you change. Now, at this point, you can run the calendar summary report to calculate your minutes to see when you've reached the 1,062 instructional minutes to figure out your last day of school. The calendar report that you turn into KDE normally does not reflect this change right now. We are currently working with Infinite Campus to an enhancement for the report where you can check a box and it changes the NTI to the 7 hours. We will get the information out to you when that enhancement is ready to be released. Right now, use the calendar summary report, which is located under the KDE Reports tab in Infinite Campus. Also, in our KDE website, under Division of District Support, the Student Enrollment tab, we have the latest guidance for NTI and a frequently asked questions document that we update daily as questions come in. Next, Brad Kennedy is going to talk to you about the SAAR this year.
Good morning. This is Brad Kennedy with the Division of District Support, Student Tracking and Data Branch. I'm going to talk a little bit about some changes or potential changes to SAAR, as well as regular SAAR proceedings. 2019-2020 SAAR may be submitted this year. 2018-19 SAAR data may be used for funding purposes as well. Additional guidance will be provided as soon as it is available. With that said, data cleanup should still be completed as usual. The following is a checklist that you can use for data cleanup, whether you're submitting a 1920 SAAR or using prior year data. You'll want to go through all of these reports either way. The state enrollment overlap report, ethnicity report, missing enrollment in status, kindergarten full day or half day indicator, student schedule gaps, period schedule gaps, overlapping or missing T codes, non-resident students, non-contract students, overage, underage, suspension and expulsion, partial day students, and home hospital. So within your record 7, your aggregate days and attendance and absences, one of the first things you'll need to do is your state enrollment overlap. This will show you any students who have a more than one primary enrollment. A student can have a primary enrollment of 1 day, but anything more than 1 day has to be corrected. So work with the corresponding district, the other district that has that student enrolled, and get that corrected so that they are only in one district at a time. And you see the path there is in blue: student information, reports, and then state enrollment overlap. Your record 5 is your ethnic count. And what you'll do, you run records 2 and 3 of SAAR, and essentially your record 2 is your enrollments plus re-enrollments, and then you subtract your record 3, which is your withdrawals, and that'll give you your record 5, your ethnic count. You'll want those numbers to all add up. Record 3 is your withdrawals. You'll want to run your missing enrollment in status report, and again, the path is there in blue. This will identify any students who have an enrollment with an end date but no associated end status. You'll just want to make sure you've added an end status to that enrollment. For kindergarten attendance, you just want to be sure you've got the appropriate kindergarten code selected, whether that's full day or half day. And you can see the screenshot there from Infinite Campus showing you the proper setup. And you'll just go through system admin, calendar, and then grade levels to get that entered correctly. You also want to run your student schedule gaps. This will locate any student that has a gap in their schedule, and you'll just correct any gaps for any dates shown on this report. You do want to do this for any withdrawn students as well, since they do affect attendance reports. Also, be sure to use a placeholder in the schedule inside of the day for any virtual and performance-based courses. Within your record 7, you'll also want to run an audit overlapping T code. So this is an ad hoc report that will show you any students with overlapping transportation codes, and those will need to be corrected. You'll want to run this query for each school. You also want to run an ad hoc to find any students with a missing end date. And again, the path is there for you in blue on the screen. We've got a screenshot there from Infinite Campus showing you where you can find that ad hoc report. Go through Filter Designer, State Published, and Student Audit End Dated T-Code Record. This will show all students who have a T code associated with their enrollment records, all students should have one. You run this report to find any that have a missing one. You also want to close gaps in period schedules. You want to be sure to include passing times in the class time, so you don't, put a few minutes here and there for the students to be in the hallway. Those are all built in to the calendar, to the period, and the path again there is in blue. System admin, calendar, periods tab. You can see there's no minutes between period 1 and period 2. Record 9 will include your non-contract, overage, underage students. So for your non-resident, non-contract students, you can run an ad hoc to identify those students. And this will show you you just want to verify that these students who reside outside of the district do not have a contract between their home district. You just want to check this list for its validity. Non-resident contract students, again, the ad hoc there in blue. This will identify students who are a non-resident and do have a contract agreement. Again, just check this report for its validity. Below is the proper setup for a non-contract student. You'll go into student information, general, the attendance group tab. You can see the red box there showing the non-contract status. And here we have the proper setup for a contract student. So you go into student information, general, and enrollments, and then you can put the resident district down there where you see it circled in red. Record 9 also includes your overage and underage. So you want to identify students who are underage or overage and just check this list for validity as well. You'll run this report for all schools and all calendars. Underage students, there's 2 different categories. For grade 00, students are considered underage for the entire year if their 5th birthday occurs after August 1st of the reporting year. And for grade 01, first grade students, they're considered underage for the entire year if their 6th birthday occurs after August 1st of the reporting year. Your overage students, grade 14, special education students participating in an alternate assessment, and also state grade level 20, post-secondary, taking adult classes, marked state exclude, and scheduled into a calendar marked exclude. Suspension attendance, the path there in blue, behavior reports, behavior attendance audit. This will identify students who are suspended and have an invalid data. Could be because attendance data was not entered properly to match the behavior resolution, or vice versa. The behavior resolution doesn't match attendance data for a state-coded suspension. You'll want to make sure that this all matches what you were anticipating. The suspension code of SSP3, out-of-school suspension, requires the proper state attendance code of S. For students who are expelled, you'll go to Kentucky State Reporting, Edit Reports, Expulsion Attendance Data. This will identify any student who was expelled. State Expulsion Code, SSP2, for expulsion not receiving services, requires that a student have a standard attendance event of absent unexcused for all attendance days from the start to the end date of the behavior resolution. Your partial day students, this will identify any student with a partial day attendance group, students with an IEP whose LRE is a partial day. You want to ensure that this is set up correctly within the attendance group, and you can see the screenshot there from Infinite Campus showing you how to make sure that you've got that entered correctly. Similar for home hospital students, you can run an ad hoc, filter designer, state published. This will identify any students with a home hospital attendance group. You want to ensure that attendance is marked properly. Any student eligible for home hospital must be put in this home hospital attendance group. And that is all for me. Now Laura Lohman will give an update for at-risk.
Hello, I'm Laura Lohman. I'm with the Office of District Support, and I'm going to give just a quick update on at-risk. It will be done a little differently this year, as I'm sure you all expected. If 2018-19 SAAR data is used for the adjusted average daily attendance funding calculation, then 2018-19 data may be used for your funding calculation for at-risk. And guidance for that will be provided as soon as it's available. If your district chooses to use 2019-20 SAAR data for the adjusted average daily attendance funding calculation, then 2019-20 data must be used and must be validated. And we'll provide you with verification guidance as soon as that is available. Data cleanup should still be completed for data purposes, and data will be pulled from Infinite Campus at the end of the school year for school report card reporting purposes. That's basically it for at-risk. We'll be providing additional information as soon as we can, and if you have any questions in the meantime, feel free to contact me. And then up next, we have Josh Whitlow giving an update on virtual and performance-based.
Good morning. I am Josh Whitlow with the Office of Finance and Operation and with the Division of District Support. Just a quick reminder on virtual and performance-based course setup. In course setup, please make sure that your type is either performance or virtual and that your checkbox for attendance is unchecked. This is to make sure your district is getting attendance credit at the end of the school year. Grading task. Final grade should be selected for one term on the term mask. You'll go into term grading task. You'll click on add. Then you'll click on grading task, select final grade. And just a reminder, for you to get attendance credit, you must select a grade in the grading task as well for it to calculate your attendance and not on the transcript. Once the grading task has been set up, you will then go to grading by task, give each student either a passing grade if they passed the course or a failing grade if they did not meet requirements. Original and amended school calendars. This year for calendars, the due date has been pushed back. Both original and amended calendars are now due by July 31st. We're asking all districts, as your board approves your original calendars, to go ahead and submit those to us here at KDE. All calendars must be submitted through the KDE web application, and that link has been provided to you as well. If you need help accessing the web application, please contact your WAPOC in the open house, and that link has been provided as well. 2021 original calendars can now be submitted to us here at KDE, and our field staff will start going through those, and if they have any errors, they'll be contacting you as well. 1920 amended calendars can be submitted after May 15th, but after the last day of the school term. Some common errors we see here at the department. Gaps in school months, so please make sure that you check your school months to make sure there's no gaps in between of your months. There must be 20 days in each school month, excluding the 10th month, and that can be less days. Days in the calendar cannot have more than one day event, so make sure you run your reports on those, and just a reminder to run all your edit reports before submitting those to the department. Hours. Each calendar must consist of a minimum of 1,062 instructional hours, and original calendars must have a minimum of 170 instructional days. Original calendars should include makeup days equal to the maximum number of weather days missed in the 2014-15 school year and the 28-19 school year. And then unused makeup days should be removed before submitting your amended calendar to the department. Here's a list of our district support with names and numbers and emails. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to any of us. And then also we have our KDE Field Staff that will be glad to help you as well. And then if you have any questions, we ask that you enter those into the soapbox. And Becky, I will turn it back over to you.
Okay, I'll take back control of the slide presentation, but we do have some questions for you guys to answer in Go Soapbox. Quite a few questions popped up about the slide that says they may not submit SAAR 1920, but then Brad went on to say that they could submit one. So Brad, could you clarify that a little bit, the difference between whether they're using 1819 SAAR data or submitting 1920?
So Rhonda, you can feel free to chime in here as well. I think the department is still investigating what's going to be the best route for districts. I think
Well,
go ahead, Rhonda.
The Senate Bill 177 gave the choice between using 1819 or 1920. We are, so you have the option, and we're going to talk on Tuesday about maybe the pros and cons of using 1819 or 1920 data, but at this point you can use for your SAAR either year.
Rhonda, I'll just add that Jessica Carlton in OFO has provided a response to this question in Soapbox now. And her response is this year, given the increased NTI days and the impact they will have on SEEK funding data, including your transportation data, KDE recommends districts use the 1819 SAAR data for the 1920 school year. If your district chooses to use 1819 data, you will not need to submit anything. If you choose to use 1920 SAAR data, it will be processed differently, and KDE will provide guidance on how to submit that data. Superintendents and DPPs will receive more information next Tuesday, April the 28th, in a superintendent's webcast. So hopefully that will clear up those questions. Let's see. If districts use the 7-hour NTI days, won't some calendars not have a 10th school month? I'm not sure if anyone has tested that yet. Josh, have you seen any of that in your testing?
I have not seen that in my testing yet. I will make a note and we will work on that, try to get an answer today.
Okay. I think this means, who do we contact if all the dates match up for behavior and resolution, but the student is on the report?
I'm not sure, but we can find out and get that information back.
Okay, so just reach out to someone on Rhonda's team and they can help get you the answer for that.
They can email me directly and I will find out and get that question answered.
Okay. We have a district that says they are having trouble with the schedule gap generating for the 3 high schools in Kenton County. Are there other districts having the issue? So that sounds like maybe it's an issue with performance in that district.
We haven't had any other questions coming in for that, so it may be something that they need help with. If they could email Josh Whitlow directly, he can look into that for them.
Okay. If a non-resident, non-contract student moves into the district, do we remove the resident district from the enrollment tab?
they're moving into the district, then yes, then they would be a resident, so yes. Am I hearing that correctly? So if they're enrolling, then they're a resident in that district, so that would be
If
correct.
it happens, I'm not sure if the question pertains to a mid-year move. Would it still be, if you do it on the enrollment, on the existing enrollment, that's going to make it look like they were never a non-resident for that year. Is there a reason for tracking that they were non-resident for part of the year?
Not that I'm aware of. Josh, do you have any other information on that?
I don't, not right now, I don't. I'm not sure on that.
Okay,
Just
we may
100%.
need to do some research on that one, and we'll get an answer in our Q&A document later. How will the home hospital add-on be? And it looks like a reply has been added. If your district uses the 1819 SAAR data, the district will receive the same home hospital add-on that was received in 1819. If you process the 1920 SAAR, the home hospital will be calculated from the 1920 data. Regarding amended calendars, our district's last day is May the 8th. Just clarifying, the rest of the days for the 187 calendar will need to be indicated as teacher equivalency days. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that
Yes,
is correct.
that's right.
And back to your other question, Becky, on the 10th month.
Uh-huh.
That will finish out the 10th month because they'll have to submit their 185. They'll still have to have 185 days on the calendar.
So they will fill those in with teacher equivalency, and that should carry them into the 10th month.
Correct.
Okay. Can virtual and performance-based course use the grading task of semester grade instead of final grade grading task?
No.
No,
They
it will still have a final grade because that's what the SAAR looks at as final grading.
Okay. Does the 420-minute NTI days affect the 185 teacher contract days as well?
That's part of the what we said in the last part with the 185 teacher contract days. Once your students have met the requirements of 1062, you will then mark the rest of the days. Either it's in the calendar as E, teacher equivalency, or you can use G, planning.
Okay. Trying to make sure we've answered all these questions. I think that covers it. Most of them have been about the calendar.
And they can also reach out and send us an email directly, and we can help them as well.
We did just have a question come in. Can planning day be used instead of teacher equivalency?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? Looks like they have slowed down. I'm just trying to scroll back through and make sure I haven't missed any. They were coming in pretty quickly there for a few minutes.
We did have one about the graduation or the diploma date for graduation. We may have to do a little research on that to get an answer on that one.
Yeah, I have somebody checking on that.
Okay.
But typically it's not based on when you're, if I'm understanding the question right, it's not based on when you're holding the graduation ceremony. I believe if the student has met all the requirements for graduation as of the last day of school, that you would put that last instructional day in there as their diploma date, because that's when they've met the requirements. It's not really about the ceremony, but I am getting someone to confirm that. So we'll get back to you on that.
For those of you that have asked questions and you've not used Go Soapbox before, if you click on your question, there are a lot of answers. Becky's referred to it, but I'll make sure you knew what she was referring to. If you click on your question, it'll open up another box that'll show the replies to it. There are responses in there, and we're continuing to add those as we can to the ones that have already been responded to.
Okay, we do still have a little bit more time. I think we're scheduled up to 10:15 for the break. Were there any other questions from the KDE update earlier this morning? I know Dee Dee had to kind of speed up on those last few slides. Any questions about those last few slides or anything that she covered, or any other questions from OFO's session?
Nobody's asked the question, but Becky, I'll just fill in a little bit, and then we'll just take an extended break. On that new pandemic EBT program that's going to be introduced, I mentioned a little bit about sharing SSIDs out with parents, so they would have the student ID to apply for the program. Again, this is only students that aren't, or parents that aren't already receiving Health or Family Services benefits. And it's only for students that are receiving free and reduced lunch, but that could be a whole school if you're a CEP school, because income eligibility is not a requirement. So thinking along those lines, as we've been brainstorming about this, I mentioned if you turn it on in the portal, you'll actually see the student ID information on the Today page, and so they would have that. But parents aren't going to absolutely know that from just the fact that we turn it on. So thinking about the communication piece of letting them know, if a good percentage of your students and parents do have a portal application, a portal notification might work. If you have if you're using Campus Messenger or some other messaging system, sending out a little information about the program along with, your state ID or local ID, if it's the same, out to parents is a way to communicate that. I've talked to some districts that have a call center that they might, utilize their call center. If you don't have a call center, I think it's going to be very important to think through who's going to be in the school to be able to answer these questions as they come in, and making sure that they have the information they need. There are reports that will pull all the SSIDs. So giving a list of somebody's names with SSIDs would probably all they would need to be able to respond with the SSIDs that were needed for the application. But this program, is still in the application set, and with schools closing as early as the first week of May, I'm starting to be a little bit concerning. Again, this is not a KDE program. We're partnering with CHFS and trying to support this for families, but we may have schools closed before we have, or at least students no longer in school before this program actually rolls out. So really think about it. If you've got ideas and you're like, oh, this is no big deal, Dee Dee, why are you bringing it up? Put some additional information in the chat, just in Soapbox, so that we can continue to add on to our options of how this can be done. Again, superintendents will get more information about this afternoon. It probably needs to be a group of people that sit down and talk about what would work best for your school. Every local district's going to be a little bit different, and even within a district, you've got some schools that are on free reduced paid situation. Other schools within the same district might be a CEP school where everybody eats free. So it does make a difference. The other piece that we haven't brought up before, but you've got families that weren't getting free lunch and may not have ever submitted the paperwork, but now they're eligible. They've lost jobs. They've in situations that they didn't expect to be. They may apply for submit a free lunch application very late in the year, but we want to accommodate those also. This program doesn't do anything to, take the place of the food programs at your school or the summer food programs that already exist. This is actually a supplement on top of that. So, I was confused on that initially, so I always bring that up, that it's a completely separate. It's an additional, I think it's $5.60 a day that families could get per student. So, if you've got a large family and you think about that for a month, and the money there's actually a 3-month period where there's some partial eligibility on that. So it can really help some families out there. So we want to do what we can and really listen to you all. If you all have any suggestions on things that might make sense to do on this to help families not get frustrated. And we really don't want any system issues like the unemployment system where families can't get the benefits they need. I know they've had such high demand. I think there's some things that we can do on the front end that maybe makes it easier for families and eliminates that type of frustration. So just want to give a little bit more in that while we've got some time.
Dee Dee,
I don't know if yes.
can you expand on the CEP districts? The question is, are you saying that all students in a CEP district will qualify for this assistant? It's not any kind of income-based program in a CEP district.
That's correct. That's what we expect. So it's anybody that has a free meal plan, regardless if it's income eligible or not. If they're eating for free at school, they're eligible for the program.
Okay, we've had a couple additional questions come in for Rhonda's team. Can Memorial Day, May 25th, be used as a planning or teacher equivalency day?
Is that
Yes,
one of their 4 holidays that they've chosen originally? But as long as they have the 4 holidays, I think they can use it.
Okay, regarding closing day, can they put closing day the day after the last day for students and then teacher equivalency to finish out the days? Or does closing day have to be the very last day?
It should be the very last day. I believe that's correct. Josh, it's got to be the last.
It can be the last day. It doesn't really matter in there on those days at the end of the school year, but we always recommend that it goes on the last day.
Okay, a couple of districts have asked, in what scenario might a district use the 1920 SAAR data versus 1819 data? Or should we wait until the superintendent's webcast next week for more information on this topic? And a reply to that has been added. The superintendent's webcast will outline the reasons that you might want to use the 1819 data and what districts will have to do if they want to process the 1920 data instead. It will be one of the main topics of the webcast.
And remember, transportation is tied to your SAAR. So on days where we had the NTI, it's non-transport. So that's one of the things that we're going to be discussing. But Tuesday we'll have the full report on really the different ways that it's going to affect funding for 1819, just using those numbers as opposed to 1920. So there are more things tied to it than just attendance. And I think that's what they're going to really look more in detail about.
Okay. We had a question come up about the pros and cons of the pass-fail grading, where that information could be located that was mentioned in the first session this morning. The hyperlink that's on that slide takes you to a course in Infinite Campus University, and attached to that course is a PowerPoint presentation that has about 6 slides of questions of things that your district should consider, from scholarships, GPAs, all types of things that you would need to consider in your district, questions you would want answered before you would ever start making any kind of changes in Infinite Campus to change your grading system. What is the path in IC we can go through to see if parents can see the student SSID in the portal? And that is in, trying to do this from memory, system administration. I believe it's in preferences and portal preferences. There's a preference to set to see the student number.
Again, that works only for those districts that are using the local and the state ID. So you'll be able to see that in the preferences that but also you'll need to consider that if you're one of those schools that are not using the state ID, it might make more sense to turn that off so there's not confusion. Up to you, but just something that we've thought of.
I'm just looking back over the questions. The list has gotten really long, so I want to make sure I haven't missed anything. I don't think that we read this one online. Are there plans in place for alternative testing cities if we don't have school next year, such as home testing online? And the response was, that's a really good question. And the Office of Assessment and Accountability will continue to update district assessment coordinators as options become available. And we'll share this question with that team. Okay, here's one that's come in about FRAM. I thought FRAM data of free was entered for students that transferred from a CEP. Is this correct?
Can you repeat that?
FRAM data of free entered for students that transfer from a CEP district. Is this correct? So if they were going to school in a district that is a CEP district, so the student is receiving a free lunch, if they transfer to another school district, I think the question is, would they be free in that new district?
They would have to enter like a household income form to determine that.
Okay. We have a district that says our board approved the closing day as the day after the students are done and then planning days after. Do I need my board to amend the calendar or are we good as is?
You are good as is. That's fine. If they've already approved it, there's no need in going back and getting it approved again.
Okay. And just a quick correction on the path that I gave you for the portal preferences. It's just system administration portal and then preferences. I think I said system administration preferences and then portal preferences. So I said that a little bit backwards. System administration, portal, and then preferences. Okay. I think that is all of the questions, and it is time for us to take a short break. We will be back at 10:30 with the preschool enrollment attendance and behavior event entry session. So we will see you back in about 15 minutes.
About 30 seconds, quiet on the virtual set, and get ready to go live. All right, we're good to go live. Good to begin.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time now for us to begin our preschool enrollment, attendance, and behavior event entry. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Andrea Bartholomew for her presentation.
Thank you, Becky. Good morning, friends. I hope everyone's staying safe and well. My name is Andrea Bartholomew. I'm the branch manager for the School Readiness Branch in the Office of Special Education and Early Learning with the Division of IDEA Implementation in Preschool. It's a lot of words just to know that I am your preschool contact for all things Infinite Campus. So today we're going to talk about preschool enrollment, how that's going to work, how that looks, attendance requirements, and behavior data. So for preschool enrollment, hang on, let me slip back here. Yeah, so for preschool enrollment, we're going to talk specifically about how to enroll preschool children, special instructions for First Steps and Head Start kiddos, and the enrollment counts that are completed December 1 and March 1. So first things first is grade. This is probably one of our biggest areas that we have issues with during enrollment count is the grade. It's not super difficult, but it can be a little bit tough to understand if you don't deal with it every day. So here's how this works. So grade 97 is a child who was 2 on August 1st. They turned 3 in the school year. Most of the time that's a First Steps transition. Then grade 98 is a child who was born, who turned 3 on or before August 1st, and 99 was 4 on or before August 1st. So if an at-risk child comes into your district and the child turns 4 after August 1st, they're eligible for that year and this year. Okay. If a child who arrives who is eligible for the program, your district is required to accept the child. That's based on regulation that we have that says that we have to maintain active and systematic enrollment. You are not allowed to have a wait list as a school district. Now, Head Start can have a wait list. So if your blended partner has a wait list, that's okay. You, as a school district, are not allowed to have one. That can cause a little bit of confusion. You may accept over income or other tuition type based children if you want to. That's a discretion that you guys can use at your own discretion. Local school board can control that if you have space available. That's where it gets a little bit tricky if that's something that you want to look into, because you have to have room for those kids that show up in your district or that are found to be eligible based on disability. Okay. So grade 99 at risk. This is what you would do to look at the preschool tab in Infinite Campus. Eligibility is up to 160% of the federal poverty level. That did not change. There was conversations within the state legislature about changing that. That did not change. And then you would calculate how old they are based on August 1st date. And this is a screenshot from the tab. So beginning in 2017-18, that's when August 1st became the eligibility for kindergarten. We all know that, and I think we still have some families that are figuring out that how that looks for their child. Maybe they've not thought about it. Maybe they hadn't heard about it until their child turns 5. So we still have parents who come to us asking if their child can repeat preschool or if their child can go to kindergarten early based on that birth date. The Department of Education only supports at-risk funding for 1 year of preschool programming. That's grade 99 for at-risk children. Now, students with disabilities is a little bit different. Now, if there is a situation with a kiddo that turns 5, is age eligible for kindergarten, and they have an IEP, they have an individual education program, and a disability, you can have a decision made by the ARC to place that child back in preschool as their least restrictive environment. There is a lot of things that go along with that, how the child is coded in Infinite Campus, how they receive SEEK funding, what their day should even look like. So if you find yourself in that situation, or your preschool coordinator finds himself in that situation, please reach out to me or my team so we can kind of guide you through that process. 99% of the time, the best choice for everyone is for the child to move on to kindergarten. So if you have kids that are coming back, so they were a disability, they were 98 served with disability, and they come in now as a 99, you can still check disabled state funded, and you need to pick their income level. So if they're at risk, so they're also there for income eligibility, or they're over income, they don't qualify that way. Or Head Start Enhanced is also a choice if that's applicable to your district. And that is a conversation we'll get into in a little bit. But if you don't know what Head Start Enhanced means, it means your district probably doesn't do that. Not many districts do, not all of them do. Some serve students, that's how they serve students with both pots of money, federal money and state money come together. So this is what the preschool tab would look like in an Infinite Campus. You have a 4-year-old student with disabilities who's over income and one who is at risk. We ask that you fill out both boxes. You will only be granted funding for the highest category eligible, but we collect that information to know who are our most vulnerable students, the students who have a disability and are at risk due to low income. So we like to kind of see where that population is. So this is KSI, RTI, response to intervention. We have kiddos that come to us through preschool that are not yet determined to have a disability, but parents are concerned, school system may be concerned through a screening. So we want to make sure that we are servicing them correctly. Now, this can look a little tricky in Infinite Campus. It can get a little, you can do it a couple different ways. So the kid comes in, they get screened, they're a 98, they're not at risk, they can't be served as an at risk for income eligibility, and perhaps they're over income as a 4-year-old. You can enroll the kiddo in your preschool program. You would enroll them as a service type P, that would be their enrollment type. They're coming every day, they're getting all the services, they're in your program. That's a P. Now, if your program does an RTI day, has the kiddos coming after school for some services to provide those interventions to see what they need, that would be a service type N. That child would not would need to be an N for that purpose. This is where I think a lot of districts get confused because they're not sure which one to choose. But basically, you have to think about it that way. If the kid's coming every day, getting off the bus, having lunch, getting all the services a regular preschool kiddo would get, they're a P. So if and when they do qualify for services, it's much easier to roll them over. All you have to do is put in their IEP and make a tab, and they're good. For an N, you have to change their enrollment type. So like I was just saying, there's no record or needed on the preschool tab. Is not nothing that's necessary when a child until they're determined eligible. So we don't have to have that tab created in Infinite Campus until they're eligible. Once they have an active locked IEP, a record on the preschool tab, and there's an original enrollment date, there's no need to change them if you've enrolled them as a service type P. That's not necessary. Now, if you have them as an N, you need to change them to a P and have their enrollment date start then. Children should only have one preschool tab per school year at all. So kids that are transitioning back into school next year as 99s, you can just take that tab that's already there and edit it. There's no need to create another one. That's probably the second biggest thing after grade that causes us problems with enrollment count is kids have more than one tab, and they will not pull onto your enrollment count if they have more than one. That tab is editable, so just go in and edit it, and it should be fine. If you have questions, again, please contact me or my team. You can put the KSI, RTI in the comments if you're enrolling them as an N or a P. That's mostly for your function of collecting data and knowing where your kids are. That's not something that we necessarily keep track of at the department. That's just something that I know a lot of people like to do so they can pull their own reports in their district to have that tab have that marked that way. Okay, so that's, oh, I went too fast. Okay, so children with disability. So these are kids that have that IEP that's ready to go by December 1. They're enrollment type P. They're in their classrooms every day. They are disabled state funded. Again, this can be a 99, a 98, or a 97. All children are eligible for this category of funding. Those 97s are typically going to be your first steps transitions, those kiddos that will transition in on their 3rd birthday throughout the school year. You may have a child move into your district and parents are seeking services because they have concerns about disability, and you need to make sure that you provide the proper steps with the ARC and the referral process and interventions to see if that child does indeed qualify for an IEP. No matter their age, at that point, they would be considered a 97. So enrollment type N is for that special education only. So if you have the kid that's in RTI, that's not coming every day, you use the N category. And then you can also use N for special education only. This is a kid who's receiving services only on an outpatient basis. They're not getting services in the classroom. They're only coming in for speech or for speech and OT or PT or what have you. A lot of times this can be our Head Start partner. So if you have a partner with Head Start and you've got their kids are enrolled through Head Start, but they have a disability, so you send your speech path over to the Head Start building, those students would be enrolled in Infinite Campus as an N because they're not receiving state-funded preschool dollars. They're only receiving IDA dollars. We don't need a preschool tab for these kids, so they don't pull on our reports. You can fill them out for you if that makes it easier for you to have data, but there's really no need to. We don't, there's been some tweaks that they won't pull still onto our reports, but we ask that you don't do that unless you absolutely need to. If home is checked on the preschool tab, that receiving home-based services, you only receive the IDA Part B funding. You would not receive any state preschool dollars for that child because home is not a category that we would service. Again, the Head Start and contracted site with disabilities should be an N. If the Head Start is not in IC, which I think we've kind of, smoothed that out a little bit. But if they're not, then just use the elementary school closest to the Head Start building where the child will attend for primary. That'll make it easier for their records to roll over. So if you go through the whole process of RTI and interventions and the child does not qualify and you were unable to serve them, you need to enter the end date for enrollment. The C01 code is one we've typically given. There are some others I think out there that might be that might work too. Again, if you need to call and talk that out, we can do that. And again, another option is to enroll them as an other. You can enroll them as other and serve them like you would any other student that you just don't receive funding for them. That is an option that many districts use for their 4-year-olds and their 3-year-olds that don't qualify, just to keep them services because they may end up being income eligible the next year. But again, if you don't have space, you don't have space to serve those students who are not eligible. We want to save all of our seats for kiddos that need the most support. All right, so this is kind of what the tab would look like if you had that. So other kiddos that your district can serve, English language learners, universal, Title I students, again, they're not counted for preschool funding. We do ask that you include them on the tab if they're there with the other marked, just so we can gather data on how many students you are serving in your area. Okay, you don't need to fill out both other and over income. Only choose one. Most of the time, people will choose other and then write what it is. So if it's Title I or if it was an old partnership grant situation or a contracted side, they'd put that in the little box. But if the child's over income and has been found eligible, you can select over income as well. Okay. So Head Start can be a little bit difficult to understand, especially if you've never really dealt with the blending of a Head Start program and a state-funded preschool program, or if you've never dealt with the other side, which is a completely separate program. Head Start children can receive those preschool services in a school building, and they may be receiving lunch, transportation, interventions. Mark that kiddo as a Head Start. You don't need to mark any other things on the tab. You don't need to fill out the home visits or the family components, because Head Start does that in their system, which is called Child Plus. And Child Plus and Infinite Campus do not talk to each other, which is which is a little upsetting sometimes for all of us here, but it's okay. So if these are Head Start only kiddos, you're not receiving any state funded money for them, but you need to have them in Infinite Campus for, manifests or attendance, things of that nature for your building, so you know where they're at all times. We don't need to have any of the other stuff filled out on the tab. They will show up on a Head Start ad hoc that you can pull, so you would know if you're a district and you have Head Start students in a building or two that are only Head Start, Head Start's basically renting that space. You would be able to pull them through an ad hoc, so you would know which kids are which. You could have those done for emergencies or for safety reasons. It would be good to have those kiddos in there. So if you're blended with public school, you can pick public school. If they're at a different site, you can do Head Start. So it's wherever the kid is located. If the Head Start is inside your public school, it can be public school. If they're in a different spot, they'd be tagged as their setting as Head Start. Okay. So this was the Head Start Enhanced. This comes from your Head Start Foilization Agreement in the MOU that you have with your Head Start program in your area, the grantee. These students receive both state funding and federal funding. They're our most vulnerable students, our students who are have a disability and are at risk for income status, and they're 4 years old. That's kind of the perfect storm of eligibility for a Head Start Enhanced student. If you don't have these in your district, that's fine. If you want to talk to your preschool coordinator and understand the process, I'm sure they'll be able to explain it to you why you don't choose this option. Not all Head Starts offer this, and not all districts would take advantage of it. There's really no good or bad about either way. It's just something that not everyone does. So that's how you would check it if they were enhanced. That's how you would move forward there. They cannot be both Head Start and Head Start Enhanced and disabled state funded. There's all kinds of things. You have to make sure you click the right boxes for your enhanced kids. We'll go back one slide. So you can see the disabled state funded and Head Start Enhanced, or at risk and Head Start Enhanced. You could pick disabled state funded at risk, and Head Start Enhanced. That is a choice. But sometimes people get a little confused with the enhancement, so they just click everything. So make sure we're not just going through and clicking all the boxes, because that will mess up your count. And we want to make sure that you get all the funding that you need and that you deserve for these kiddos. These are limited slots. So back when I was in a school district, we had 40 Head Start Enhanced slots out of our 300 plus kids. So it wasn't a huge number of kiddos that got enhanced in this way. This part here, they're not included in that foilization number. That's, again, that goes down a little bit of a rabbit hole, which as I see people, you probably really aren't interested in. But if you have concerns or questions, please talk to your preschool coordinator or give me a call. All right, first steps. So first steps kiddos come in through all the school year, the whole year. We have kids right now that are transitioning from first steps to virtual classrooms, which is quite entertaining and interesting. And our districts are being very innovative with how they're providing these services right now. But when they come in, you can enroll them as a service type N before their 3rd birthday, because you have to go through the whole ARC process, all those meetings, referrals, evaluations, eligibility, all of that, to determine if they're eligible for state-funded preschool services. Not all students who transition from first steps will be eligible, and they have to be determined that they have a disability that would impact their education. So you can put them as an N, go through that process, and then if they are found eligible, then you can go back, change them to a P, fill out the preschool tab, and all of that. Do not click on state exclude. Please do not click on state exclude. I've been preaching that for It feels like a decade, but I've not been here that long. Don't click on the Set Exclude button because that will remove them from a lot of reports that we all need, including school report card, including preschool enrollment data, all kinds of stuff. So please don't check that box. So the enrollment count is generated through an average of the fall and the spring count. So we take how many kids you had in December and how many kids you have in March, average them out, and that gives you the number of students that you will receive funding on. These are some high issues that we have with count, making sure everyone's actively enrolled, all IEPs are locked, everyone has that preschool tab, the grades are correct. Those are some issues that will cause children not to pull onto your account. You look through the detail report, that gives you the names of the students who are enrolled, so you can kind of go back and figure out the best way for your district to look at those counts. It's alphabetical by school, so if you have more than one school that serves preschool children, all the schools will be listed. So here's a little screenshot of the detail report, what it looks like. Obviously, it's not 2017 anymore, but there's that. It comes out as an Excel spreadsheet. Obviously, every time we talk about children's data, remember that it's that personally identifiable information. Make sure you're careful with it. When you're sending me questions or my team questions, please do not include their name, their birthday, their granny's name, their address, their phone number. We don't need all that. All I need is their SSID number to look them up. If you feel like you need to give me more detail when talking about the kiddo, give me a call and we can talk about it over the phone. We do have preschool coordinators who will still send the whole kitchen sink when they're trying to get some information, especially around count time, because they're flustered and they're upset and they're worried. So just make sure that's always something we always try and plug to be safe with it. That's what the count would look like. Again, screenshot of what the count would look like. We sum them all up. Those are troubleshooting tips. We have a few things that would help us out when making sure that they're not matching, their numbers aren't matching. You get that detailed report, go through, make sure everyone's correctly pulling because of their tabs. If you haven't filled a tab out, they won't pull over to your detail sheet. Zeros across, we call it zeros across. So we'll go through our count and find kids who have a 0. They're not marked anywhere. They have to have a 1 checked somewhere on that spreadsheet to be counted. A lot of times it's a locked IEP, something didn't pull over correctly, the grade's wrong. This setting here is a big thing that doesn't come out where it says primary disability and setting. Sometimes those are not completed. That can cause issues. Again, all of this must be filled out. The grade, make sure their grades are correct, make sure all the dates are good. You've not slipped in something from 2025 for some reason. 1 preschool service listed. This is a huge issue here. We have more than 1 tab. We only need 1 tab for the kid to count. All right, so are there any questions about enrollment count, Becky, that have come in, or I can keep on rolling?
You do have just a couple of questions so far
Okay.
about preschool. For preschool students, if they just stop coming, their parents stop bringing them, can they use the W-17 code to withdraw those students?
What's the W-17 code? Remind me.
I believe that is the code for them being withdrawn due to immaturity.
Immaturity. Yeah, absolutely. If parents decide to not send them any longer, make sure your coordinator and the teachers are having that conversation with them, saying we're going to unenroll you. We don't like to turn students away, especially those that have a disability. And that may be a conversation you want to have with your DOS before you say they revoke their consent for services. But if parents are not sending students, we have kiddos that want that spot.
But it sounds like it's important that they try to make contact with that parent. If they've just stopped showing up, the district needs to make efforts to communicate. Okay.
Absolutely. That's super important.
Okay. So one more question. Don't you have to save space for your MV kids? I'm not sure what MV is, but I assume you do.
MV? I don't know what MV. I don't know what MV stands for off the top of my head. But yes, you need to save space for your first step students that come in. You need to save space for students who show up eligible in your district. So it's while Head Start and public school typically start their school year off full with no room, we don't like to do that because we know that kids are coming. So we need to find the kids that are eligible, truly eligible students, and serve those kiddos before you serve anyone who's over income or tuition.
Okay, it looks like somebody has added something. Let me see if they've explained.
Maybe it's what MB is.
Homeless children.
Oh, McKinney-Vento. There it is. Okay, that's the MV.
I could not pull anything out.
I
for
was
that
racking
one.
my brain too. I couldn't. Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, you need to have spots available for students who are experience homelessness. Those kids are super important to make sure that we get services for. And of course, they would qualify based on income if they're a 4-year-old. Now, the 3-year-olds can get a little tricky, and that's a conversation that we can have if you want to give me a call later. Cool.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
Questions for now.
All right. So we'll go through attendance and behavior. I got about 15 minutes or so before
got 15
my time.
20 minutes still. So
I'm doing better than I was last time. I remember I was scrambling last time to get through all this. So preschool attendance. This is what we'll talk about: the regulation requirement, why it's important, what are we going to look at, and how we set it up, and the barriers. Before I start this, I know that this is becoming very common now for our districts. The issues, I think we worked through a lot of issues this year. I think we worked through a lot of troubleshooting with districts, getting everyone online to get this set up. We did have a large number that were already doing it. It was just getting that last 10% or so up. And I think we've done a really, really great job of this. And I applaud districts and IC clerks for bearing with us as we worked through this. The folks over, Jesse Carlton and Josh Whitlow, I believe is his last name, they've had to deal with me, and I appreciate them dealing with me, having to figure this out on the fly, kind of. But we've done a really great job, so it's a really great thing to celebrate. And this is why. So we had a review through the Office of Education Accountability. They recommended that we enforce our regulation, which states that our programs submit attendance. Daily attendance are maintained and submitted through district standard attendance report. Whenever you look at preschool regulation, you have to put on your 1990 glasses because that's when this was written. When this was written, Infinite Campus did not exist. So Infinite Campus now is our standard, and that district standard is Infinite Campus. It's what we go to. So that is the only method now that we would accept for attendance. The next part of this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Becky, was a parent or guardian should be contacted within 4 days of irregular or absent 4 days attendance. So if you're getting down, someone's missing for a week and you can't get a hold of them, do all the things that you can do to try. But that is in our regulation that after 4 days, you have to try and document attempts at contact. I know our districts do an amazing job of this. There's that 4 days is 4 days. It's usually after the first day or the second day that someone will make contact, just to make sure our kiddos are doing okay. But this is why, because it is in our regulation to collect attendance. And I think we did a poll here about a month or so ago. And I think everyone had something in. Most people had everything great. 1 or 2 districts were the only ones that were still struggling. And those were some of our districts that are really heavily blended with Head Start. So they only have 4 or 5 state-funded preschool students. So that makes it a little bit different because you're doing this whole process for 4 or 5 kiddos. It was a little bit different. So it was great to see that. I was really, really proud. We all know attendance is important. High rates of attendance are associated with higher levels of achievement, and that our research suggests preschool and kindergarten attendance predicts that future. It can predict dropouts. It can predict how kids will do in school. So coming to school is super important. Present, not present is what we're requesting. If you want to have an internal plan to do tardies, check-ins, check-outs, all of that, that's up to you. We just want to know, have they darkened your door that day? And that you have said, yes, they're here, or no, they are not. It's super important. It's super important to remember that even though preschool is not compulsory, preschool attendance is not being reviewed for funding purposes. Preschool is not included, or attendance is not included in our funding formulas. It's still really important to know where your kiddos are every day. I think being able to pull those manifests if there's an emergency or a crisis that we have to clear a building, being able to have someone off site get that list and say, okay, so and so's here today. She's not. She's here. She's not. Is as a former school district employee and as a parent, I feel like that to me is the most important reason to have attendance in Infinite Campus, so that we can know where our kids are if there was ever an emergency. But we have to remember that none of this on the screen. You don't have to make them come. It's not being withheld for funding purposes. We're not doing any of that. None of that's happening. And this is more of a data collection purpose for us to follow our regulation and a safety measure for school districts. Okay. So we are reviewing those patterns. That's what we're looking up to make sure that everyone's good. If they need support or if they need help getting their kiddos, if they need, getting their kiddos to school, they might need some help with that. And we can offer them resources through our regional training centers or through ourselves. So that's one of the reasons that we are reviewing them, just to help our districts out. So how to set it up. Most people have got this down by now. Most people are doing a new preschool course or calendar for their preschool students. There's a little screenshotty, what that looks like. Okay, so these are some of the barriers, different attendance schedules based on child's need. A lot of programs don't have those students on Fridays, and we understand that. I mean, there's conversations that we've had this year with some districts that every kid's absent on Friday. So if I go in and I pull your attendance and every kid's absent on Friday, I'm going to go, oh, they don't have school on Fridays. Those are kind of things that we know already about our programs, because we ask programs to report that, which I think sometimes the communication between the IC clerk who's doing this or the attendance clerk and the preschool coordinator is really vital, because the preschool coordinator could say, yeah, I send that information. They know our schedules. It's fine if everyone's absent on Friday or what have you. So these are kind of the issues that we've had come up. We've worked through them. I think we're okay. I haven't heard anything, and probably in the last 6 months really, about attendance issues. Everyone seems to be on board on doing it well. But please don't hesitate. If something weird pops up and you have questions, give us a call and we'll work together to figure it out. All right, any questions about attendance, Becky?
No, nothing right now.
All right, cool. So the next big thing after attendance documentation is behavior documentation. So yes, a lot of folks seem to not understand or to not realize that yes, preschool students are suspended for behavior issues, and yes, preschool students are may have active behavior intervention plans for the safety of themselves and others. It's hard to think of a little 3-year-old throwing a tantrum so large that they have to clear a room, but it happens. And we do have students who have been suspended for behaviors. We don't, obviously, would not think that was the best course of action, but it does happen for the safety and security of the other students and faculty of the school. The reason we are asking for behavior documentation in Infinite Campus for preschool students is, one, it's required by IDEA law that we report behavior. Second is the power of documentation. It is super, super, super important to have that documentation that child may have explosive behaviors. The last thing that we want to do is send a kiddo on a kindergarten who has tendencies for violence, things like things that are concerning. They may have a behavior intervention plan, they may have an IEP, they may have all the supports in place, and they transition to kindergarten, and that kindergarten teacher and that staff have no clue because there's no record on Infinite Campus of them ever having a behavior issue. And then first day of school, second day of school, kid tosses the room and hurts someone. That teacher's going to go, where did this come from? We know that our preschool kiddos do not walk into kindergarten and all of a sudden have behavior issues. Those have started before in the preschool classroom. And the students we are seeing now in our preschool classrooms have been affected by trauma in ways that we as adults can never understand. And that is manifesting in behavior. It's manifesting in violence against others at times, violence against property. But it's really important to document that. You get the behavior patterns in the classroom for preschool, and then you are able to get that in the Infinite Campus. So when they move on to kindergarten, that staff at the kindergarten can say, oh, so Johnny's going to need our help when he comes in. He's going to need this transition space, this whatever. That's really important when thinking about discipline and safety when moving in that transition. So this would be the behavior tab. This is my kiddos tab here that I took a screenshot of. So this would be where you put it in. Suspension and expulsion, some definitions that the Office of Special Education and Early Learning have come up with. Worked really closely with Amy Patterson, our data manager, on these, and Chris Thacker as well. Suspension or expulsion is a response to disciplinary action that's administered as a consequence of a student's inappropriate behavior. Now, it's hard. I know it's tough. It's not tough for me necessarily because I was in the classroom and I saw this happen, but it's sometimes can be really difficult for people who haven't experienced a preschool classroom to put a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old in this response. That can be hard to sit there and think about the student's inappropriate behavior that removes them from their setting. Well, what can a 4-year-old do that's so bad? You know, it's hard sometimes for adults to think that way, but you have to remember these are kids who have been exposed to trauma and they're reacting in ways that we may not understand. Okay. So those are the options in Infinite Campus that Amy Patterson and I worked together to put out here for preschool programs. You have in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, expulsion, removals. We have had students bring weapons to school, not just in drugs as well. Typically the drugs are not, it's not an event that they know what they're doing necessarily when they bring that in. But with the weapons, we have had students who have brought weapons to school with intent to hurt others. So obviously removal by that personnel or by the hearing officer. These are the heavy ones. Right now, we're looking more at kids who are getting suspended because of behavior. They're being sent home for the day, told not to come back till Monday. And while we would think of, well, if you told a 3rd grader family he misbehaved, he has to go home and can't come back till Monday, that's a suspension. So it's the same rule applies to a 3-year-old. You misbehaved, you have to go home, you can't come back till Monday. That's a suspension. And we need to document it as such. So anytime a kid is excluded from their educational setting, their classroom, students sent home early. This is the one we have the most trouble with, is the students being sent home early. Coordinators may not know it's happening. They may not be on site. That teacher needs to know, if I send a student home, I need to tell somebody that I've sent them home, and we need to document it as a suspension. This one we don't have as much problem with, expulsion. Not as much in state-funded preschool. Now, childcare has a huge problem with this, but not necessarily state-funded preschool. When you tell a family the child's not a good fit, or maybe we need to find them a different place to go, that's an expulsion, and we need to document it as such. And if you get to that point with a family or kiddo, please give us a call so we can talk it out. All right. And those are some resources that we've got for you. This is my extension, and then Kathy Anderson is my backup for Infinite Campus things. You can always give her a call if you need to, or an email. I know we ended on a little heavy note with the behavior stuff, and that can be difficult as a grown-up to understand, but we need to do what's best for our kiddos, and documenting things that will help us get supports to them and their families is super important. All right, Becky, I'm done. Do you have any questions? for me?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions for you. And these do go back to attendance. So can you elaborate on what is required? So we don't have to report a tardy or an early dismissal.
Correct. We just want to know if they're present or not present right now. Most programs were doing that just fine. They were doing the present, not present. But where preschool is not compulsory in the state of Kentucky, we really don't have a mechanism to talk about early dismissals or tardies. Because your parents have the right to send them or not send them, pick them up whenever they want to.
Okay, but I would think from a school standpoint, if they do have them set up like other students in their school, that that would help identify in the event of an emergency, who's in your building, who's not.
Absolutely.
So that's a consideration.
Yeah, and I think that's the crux of all of this right there is that it's a district decision on what else they do. And I think you're right. They really should think about things. But as far as what we want, it's just present, not present.
Okay. I think this one goes for maybe a preschool program that the students don't come on Friday. It says, can we use an exempt code similar to field trip for Friday attendance?
Sure. Anything that makes it easier for you all for Friday attendance is fine. Because we know if I have to go in to monitor Clark County, that's where I live. If I have to go in and monitor Clark County, I know that Clark County is a full day, 5-day program. So if I have to go into Fayette County, I know that they have some that are full day, some that are half day, some that are this day. I'm going to know that information going in. So whatever is easiest for your district to mark that Friday is fine.
Okay. Just so you're aware, though, within Infinite Campus, if they are scheduled to be there on Friday and they use an exempt code, they're going to appear as if they were present on that Friday.
Yeah,
the way the
fine.
system is set up. So,
yeah.
Just had another one pop in. KDE was telling us to set up a separate calendar for preschool, but since we only need to report present, not present, I don't see why.
I was under the impression that a calendar was the easiest way to set up for the present, not present. Maybe that's something that I need to do a little bit more research on. But that was what I was told would be the easiest way to do attendance in general. So, Becky, I don't know if maybe you know the answer to that one.
I will leave that to the Division of District Support. They are the ones who have provided that guidance.
Okay.
I think that is all of the questions that have come in for you so far.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, friends. Everyone stay safe and well, and please get in contact with us if you need us. All right.
Okay. I will take control of the presentation. We've got 2 or 3 minutes before our next session, so I'm just going to go back and follow up on the question about diploma date. We have confirmed with the Office of Assessment and Accountability that it's important that you use that last instructional day for students as your diploma date. If your students have met requirements for graduation, that would be their diploma date. That's especially important this year. Oftentimes districts will have their graduation ceremony either that night or the next night. And so they'll use one of those 2 dates, but with districts trying to figure out how they're actually going to have any type of graduation ceremony for their students this year, it's really important that you put that last instructional day in as their diploma date. Also wanted to kind of elaborate on the training that Dee Dee mentioned and the KDE update this morning, the campus learning online. This is something new that Infinite Campus is offering, and it sounds like a great opportunity. This is an online version of what is typically a 4.5-day on-site training that costs $750 per person to attend. It's now being offered as an online class that goes for about 2 weeks, and it's a combination of self-paced learning from recorded webinars and assigned tasks to do. There will be kind of an opening session with the live trainer. There will be an update session about halfway through. There will be a forum for discussion and asking questions. And then at the end, there is also an opportunity if you would like to complete a project and do an assessment. So right now it is not Kentucky specific. They do have a couple of sessions out in ICU. One of them is already full. I haven't looked for the other one this morning, but I expect it to fill up quickly too. But what we would like to do is see if there's interest in Kentucky specific sessions in either June or July. So if your district is interested in this training, this would be especially good for new system administrators to get an overview of Infinite Campus. Please email your preference for either a June or July session to Lisa Roten at Infinite Campus so that we can try to go about getting something set up for Kentucky districts that would include Kentucky attendance. So with that, we are now at 11:15 and it's time for our K-Screen data entry session. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Aiken for her session.
Good morning. As Becky said, this is Jennifer Aiken. I am the K-Screen consultant at the Division of Assessment and Accountability Support. My internet is not always that dependable, especially on a rainy day. I'm going to close the camera temporarily and continue talking, and then I will turn the camera back on for any questions at the conclusion. I just wanted to take a few minutes to go over some tips for entering kindergarten students in Infinite Campus, just to ensure a seamless transition when uploading files to the Brigance online management system. In order for the OMS to operate efficiently, kindergarten students must be entered correctly in Infinite Campus. Infinite Campus files are used to build the OMS files, and it's good to remind ourselves of a few things in order to decrease, hopefully, the number of issues we have in the OMS once it's open for entering student data. It's always important to use the student locator function when entering kindergarten students. It seems as though we probably shouldn't have to do that because they're kindergarten students, but it does happen. It's important just because they may have already had an enrollment, they may be repeating kindergarten. This way it just helps to avoid possible conflicts with SSID numbers. So again, use that student locator. This is a screenshot where the student locator is found in IC. It's a great resource to provide to those that enter data in your district or in your schools that may not be watching this particular training. If there is indeed an existing student list that is generated with the same name, it's important to compare those names that populate as they would here on the screen, and then compare the information, of course, to identify a match. If that student does not have a match or no matches are found as indicated here, then you would want to create the new student account. if you or as you're preparing the kindergarten student and enrollment information, there are two things that I really want to point out and emphasize on this screen or on this slide. It's important all kindergarten students are enrolled in a homeroom with only one homeroom course code, 703001 elementary homeroom. In the past, I think there have been other choices, but it is crucial that you use only this code for all elementary homerooms in order for the OMS to function correctly. Also, teacher names and corresponding district email addresses must be updated and entered correctly. Sometimes a teacher's name changes, so it's good to double check and make sure all of the changes are reflected in IC and would match what goes into the OMS. Both of these seem to be a very common hang up when we're trying to investigate issues in the OMS. So, along with those two things, these are some of the common pitfalls we find in Infinite Campus that create issues in the online management system for getting ready for K-Screen. So suffix field, birth date, enrollment type, homeroom, teacher information, and items in the reporting field, those are sometimes where we find very common and innocent mistakes in Infinite Campus. So the suffix, a lot of times we've seen where a student has a last name with a suffix and it's just entered into the last name field along with the last name. And this will cause issues with that student's record going into the OMS. Instead, there is a suffix field, and you would just remove it from the last name or make sure not to enter it in the last name field and then put it in the appropriate suffix field. Birth date. I've been guilty of this common error myself, which is entering a current year rather than the actual birth year in the birth date fields or in a birth date line. Just try to be mindful of making sure that you're entering the year of birth rather than the current year. This example is the birth date is May 2nd, 2019, and if this were entered and it was last year, of course, the birth, it tells you that the age is 0. Clearly, that's not a student that would be eligible for kindergarten. This is a slide that indicates when you have the right information in the birth date year is correct, it will generate an age that would be appropriate for a kindergarten student. Enrollment types can also be entered incorrectly. It's important that the service type, which is where the green arrow is pointing, is P, primary. Sometimes this drop-down box, sometimes there are other choices made there. It's just making sure that it is primary. Another thing to note, there is no arrow, but another thing to notice about this particular screen in Infinite Campus is the local start status and local end status. If a previous enrollment exists, especially, you want to make sure that these are correct and that they don't conflict or overlap. A state exclude error is another error we encounter when investigating issues that arise. Make sure that down toward the bottom of this slide in the state reporting fields, that the state exclude does not have a a check or an X in that box. And then the student homeroom information should be correct. The student should be enrolled in order for the classroom information to be properly set up in the OMS. You want to make sure this is the student screen, and you just want to make sure that they do have the appropriate homeroom assignment for period 1. The homeroom course code, I mentioned it before, and I want to stress again how important it is that the homeroom course code is 703001. Remember, this is the only choice for kindergarten homerooms. If a student does not show up in the OMS, check to make sure the student was enrolled in the correct homeroom and is attached to the correct roster in IC. And this is a shot that will show you, it demonstrates how to see if that person is indeed in the correct homeroom. Again, I made this point also earlier. Make sure the teacher emails are entered correctly and the names correspond. It is easy to make a mistake when you are entering email addresses. So make sure that you look closely. This sometimes causes issues with both classroom and teacher names within the OMS, as well as making sure students are generated in that particular classroom. Enrollment checks. Check to make sure, again, that these enrollments don't conflict with each other. If there are more than one, make sure that the grade is appropriate. Also, make sure that those start and end dates don't overlap and that they're correctly listed. Sometimes not having an end date, if there was more than one enrollment, will definitely cause issues in the OMS. Another important thing to keep in mind is that students cannot be entered manually into the OMS by either the district staff, no one at the schools, and certainly not KDE. This is simply a data file that is pulled from IC, and that generates the student lists. So if a student does not show up in the OMS, it can take 1 to 2 weeks for the student to roll in to that OMS and be visible. There's a data refresh weekly, and it can take up to 2 weeks before the student's visible, depending on how an error is identified and then at what point that's rectified in IC. Remember, patience is important when waiting for students to appear after the initial OMS goes live. It's important to begin checking your information, and we will let you know when the OMS is ready for you to check and to begin entering data. This seems to be an error in the in the slide deck. I apologize, but this is about entering prior setting data in IC. And I wanted to let you know that I am beginning to receive emails and phone calls about prior settings for students. You can begin collecting that prior setting information on kindergarten students right now. It can be done anytime. Data entry staff must view the prior settings video on the KDE Media portal. If you haven't developed a plan for entering that data go ahead and work with your school and district staff to begin collecting and then entering that data. There is a prior setting form that can be downloaded from the Common Kindergarten Entry or the K-Screen webpage. It's a good idea to access preschool and Head Start rosters for reference. And remember that students may indeed repeat kindergarten. Also, it's likely that there will be multiple settings this year since there's so many changes in childcare due to the COVID-19 pandemic. If you get into IC and you see that a child care center, a Head Start facility, or preschool is not listed, or if you find that existing information to be incorrect in IC or addresses have changed, names have changed, please contact me directly. I will collect that information, do the necessary checks on our end, and make additions and corrections as necessary in IC in order for you to make sure that we do have the correct prior setting information for each child. This is just a few resources that I have available for you for K-Screen. The new implementation guide, which covers the entire K-Screen process, that is up on our webpage. It's the Common Kindergarten Entry website, the Common Kindergarten Entry Screen website that is listed here as well. Curriculum Associates, which is who produces the Brigance, they have a video series. There's a link there on the screen and in this PowerPoint for that. And then also we developed an Infinite Campus K-Screen resource guide, which is a little more in-depth than what I've covered here on the highlights in this presentation. That is available as a link on the website, and as well, it's also included as an appendix in the implementation guide. So that would be important to give those who are entering data at the schools and at the districts so that they can keep these things in mind when they are entering the data. And now, if I'm here for questions, that concludes my part of this presentation. And then my contact information is on the screen as well. Are there any questions, Becky?
No, I'm not seeing any that have come in about Brigance or how they get that data into Infinite Campus. We did have some questions that came in a little late on the preschool session. So if you did ask a question that didn't get answered there, we will get those answers from Andrea and include those in our Q&A document when the sessions are over. But I don't see any questions for you, Jennifer. Thank you for being with us and sharing your presentation. So I don't have anything else at this time. Dee Dee, do you have anything else that you want to bring up before we go to lunch?
No, I think everybody would probably just like a little extra time to stretch. It's a long day of sitting in front of a computer.
Okay, then we will see everyone back here at 12:30 for our Safe Schools update. Enjoy your lunch.
And we are live. You're good to begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our afternoon session of our end of year training. We have 2 more sessions for you this afternoon. I just want to remind you that you will ask questions and interact with the presenters through Go Soapbox. So if you don't have that app open, go ahead and open that up on your computers. Your access code is KDE Data. That way we can take care of your questions while we have our presenters online. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Wendy Newton and her team for their Safe Schools update.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Newton. I hope everyone is staying safe at home. Today we're going to cover the Safe Schools reporting and data collection for end of year. And for a second, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Hi. Oh, sorry. My name is Amy Patterson. I am the Special Education Data Manager, and I am going to be talking about behavior as it relates to special education.
And hello, this is Victoria Fields. I'm a Safe Schools Program Consultant, and I am going to be here to answer questions and to support these wonderful ladies.
Okay, we'll turn our videos off and get started on the presentation. The first thing that we want to reiterate, which is something we do with all of our trainings because it's very important, is to make sure that everyone is aware of the data standards documents and that you understand that those documents should be shared with staff in your division or in your district and schools who are responsible for data entry of behavior or special education. So there are links here to the data standards. We keep those up to date based on any changes within the school year with IC releases or any other updates that are needed to be made. We will talk some about some of the changes for behavior data standards for the 2021 school year that are coming up after we get through the end of year reporting slides. There's also a link to the interim alternative educational setting guidance. This has not changed. It's been the same for several years, and it is now pulling from the Safe Schools report, which that's been happening for a few years now. There are not a lot of these incidents in the state in the entire school year, usually maybe 30 at the most. But those are very rare, but they do only involve special education students. But those instructions are very good and thorough, so please reference those if you have an incident such as that in your school or district. And then we've also got various resources and trainings. Any trainings that we conduct are posted on the Safe Schools data collection and reporting page. There's a video series there that's segmented. So if you want to look at different portions of the data standards, different sections of the data standards, you can do that individually or you can do it in its entirety. I'm going to go over quickly with you the Safe Schools reporting timeline. And I know everything's a little different this year because of the COVID-19 crisis, but we are not really altering the Safe Schools reporting timeline. We feel like people have plenty to do closing out this school year, so we're just going to keep the date as June 30th. The May 1st is the official opening of the data verification. Obviously, we advise districts to run the Safe Schools report throughout the year and clean up any errors or warnings as you go, but that's the official opening. That will stay open until June 30th. During that window, you'll want to generate your error warning report for Safe Schools and work to resolve the errors and warnings. And then you'll want to generate the Excel file to verify accuracy of the data produced. And then June 30th, the window closes. So by June 30th, we will anticipate that all superintendents have verified the Safe Schools data and that all directors of special education have also verified the special education Safe Schools data. Amy and Victoria will be sending out surveys. Victoria usually sends out the superintendent or Safe Schools administrator survey, and Amy will send out the director of special ed survey sometime in May. And again, every district will need to verify in both of those roles. On July 6th, KDE will extract the safe school data from the IC reporting warehouse. So the same as every other year, no data is required to be submitted to KDE. The data will be pulled from our database here. On July the 13th, the Safe Schools data will be available for districts and school to review in the Secure School Report Card site. So we usually allow 2 weeks for this verification, but it gives you the ability to see the data at an aggregate level and to verify the data that will be publicly reported on the school report card in the fall. That verification should be complete by July 31st. The Safe Schools criteria, this is the same as previous years. Any behavior event that involves bullying and harassment, weapons, drugs, alcohol or tobacco, assault or violence will be included on the Safe Schools report, and that is regardless of resolution. So if it's any of those behavior events, it will create a record on Safe Schools. Also included in Safe Schools would be any state resolution. So any of your local codes that are mapped to a state resolution of in-school removal, out-of-school suspension, expulsion with or without services, corporal punishment, restraint, seclusion, or interim alternative educational setting will produce records on the Safe Schools report if attached to a student. There have been quite a few Safe Schools report changes that went into the April release of Infinite Campus. I think it's version 2012. What was added is a new report option. So if you go to the Safe Schools landing page, there's a new report option that is detail, which will run your original Safe Schools report as you're used to seeing. But then there's also an aggregate school and an aggregate district option. This is going to be really valuable in your validation of Safe Schools data this year, and along with assisting you in validating the data that's displayed on the school report card. So that's going to give you the data in an aggregate format, exactly the way it will be reported on school report card. And we'll go through that a little bit later on a later slide, but I do want to highlight that as one of the big changes. The detail report, we've added quite a few fields this year. We have added if the student on the time of the incident was a foster care student in the migrant student group, gifted and talented, or military connected. So all of those student groups have been added as output on your Safe Schools report. Another big change that occurred is the logic for the special education status of a student has been updated to the day, was the student special ed on the day the incident occurred, as opposed to the status on December 1. So that's a pretty big change. So you'll definitely want to pay close attention to your special education records this year. Another thing that occurred is the resolution length data that is populated on the school report card and is watched closely by our special education group. That populates now from the field in the resolution detail named duration in school days. So now when you enter in a resolution, that's especially a state resolution, you put in a start and end date and time, that duration in school days field auto-populates, and that is now what will display in your output of the Safe Schools report. The resolution length is now also calculating to 100th of a day, so even more accurate than before. One note on the resolution length, and it's not part of this slide, I apologize, but we sent an email out at the first of the week. There's a resolution calculation tool that must be ran in every district for prior behavior records to have that duration in school days field populated. So again, I sent an email out about that earlier in the week. Please make sure that the district that is ran at the district level. Instructions were provided in the email. That will be imperative for Safe Schools reporting this year. A few changes to the validation report for Safe Schools. A new error was added. And again, this did not go into the Safe Schools report until April. So I strongly suggest that if you have not ran your Safe Schools report since then, that you run that report to see if there are new errors on your validation report. The error 5 was added to capture suspension attendance times without an out-of-school behavior resolution. So if you have a suspension attendance that does not correspond with the starts and end dates of an out-of-school suspension in the student's resolution, then that is going to create an error on your Safe Schools report. The existing warning 1 has just been updated and renamed to be a little bit more clear. This warning is going to give you out-of-school suspension resolutions that exist outside of a suspension attendance event. So this new error and the update to the warning will allow schools to find discrepancies between behavior resolutions of suspension and suspension attendance records. This will take the place of what districts previously tried to use the behavior attendance audit report for. That report was a canned IC report and was not updated to Kentucky attendance requirements. So that report will no longer be needed now that the Safe Schools validation report has been updated. The data verification, any errors produced on that validation report must be updated or must be resolved. I'm sorry. They must be resolved because the student record will not produce on the Safe Schools report if not. The errors are displayed there on the slide. Error 1 are state resolutions missing start and end dates and or start or end times. Error 2 are state resolutions without a state event code. Error 3 are events without a participant. And error 4 are behavior incident dates outside of a selected calendar or enrollment. And error 5 is the new error that will capture behavior attendance without a corresponding out-of-school resolution. Again, it is imperative that all errors are resolved before validation of the Safe Schools report by your superintendent or your director of special ed. The validation report will also produce warnings. Warnings are just what they sound like. They're warnings, and they will produce records on the Safe Schools report if not resolved. However, you will want to review and see if resolution is required because the data outputted on the Safe Schools report is very important. So if the warnings can be resolved, please do so. The first warning is an out-of-school resolution that exists outside of suspension attendance. Warning 2 has to do with your restraint and seclusion, restraint or seclusion resolutions without a behavior response. And then I'm going to skip just a second to warning 4 because that's a restraint or seclusion response without a resolution. So as everyone is aware, according to the data standards, if a restraint or seclusion resolution is used, then corresponding data has to be entered into the behavior response section. So these warnings will capture those missing data on either side. Becky, can you still?
I'm sorry, Wendy, you cut out.
This is Victoria. I can try to take control here.
Okay.
Let's see if I can get it here. So I think she finished this slide. She was talking about, I believe, the maybe warning of 5, restraint or seclusion behavior response without corresponding resolution. So those are the warnings. Again, the last 2 slides that Wendy showed you, those were the errors and warnings that will show when you run that Safe Schools report. Again, the errors do need to be always resolved. The warnings, you want to try to resolve them as appropriate. Sometimes you may not be able to, but you want to try to do that. And if you have any concerns or issues with that, just let us know and try to contact us. And incidentally, everyone at KDE, all of our phone calls, if you call our regular office number, it will come to our cell phones. A lot of people have been asking that. So then you will be generating your extract. You'll produce your behavior records for the school or district. You want to review data for accuracy. Data can be filtered by sub-report to review incidents by your violence, drugs, alcohol, tobacco, harassment, or by weapons. And this is honestly the most important part. That one part right there, the review data for accuracy. Everything that's going to show up on all of the reports, and particularly your school report card, that it's all going to be there. And this is your time to check this and make sure it's accurate. And if you're a very large district, then obviously you're really going to want to focus on your school folks looking at that. But your school folks need to look at that no matter if you're in a large or a small district. But make sure you're looking through there to make sure that this is truly accurate. For our next slide here, I'm going to let Amy take over to be able to talk with us about the special education discipline data.
So we report special education discipline data a little differently than we report discipline data for all students. Special education actually does look at the length of time a student was removed. And this is how we report it to the federal government. We report in-school removals and we report out-of-school removals, and it's broken into two groups, up to 10 days and greater than 10 days. And then we also report the count of all removal events. So for those categories that were on the previous slide, a district can be determined to have disproportionality if it is removing students with disabilities of a given race at a rate of 3 times or more students with disabilities of all other races. So, and you can be identified in any of those categories. So in-school removals less than 10 days, in-school removals greater than 10 days, and so on. So it's important to make sure, again, it's done by race. So it's important to make sure you are being fair in how you are removing students, if you have to remove students.
Hello.
I think, yeah, this is Wendy.
I'm back, Amy. Sorry.
No problem.
It started pouring rain here. I lost connection. So the aggregate report option is the one I told you about early on. That is a new option within the Safe Schools report. And it's going to be very valuable within the school report card review. But I also advise districts to use this to generate aggregate report option to obtain counts by school or district to verify the accuracy of your Safe Schools data. So instead of giving you 10,000 rows of student data with, about 30 to 40 now columns of data, this will aggregate the data for you to see it in one quick view by your school or by your district, just to see if you can see any underlying issues. And then, of course, as I said, the report will be used for the school report card verification as well, and we'll be sending information out about that later in the summer. Validation of data accuracy. I mentioned earlier that there will be a survey that must be completed by the superintendent or his designee and the director of special education by June 30th. The superintendent survey will be sent to the Safe Schools coordinator, and the director of special education will receive the DOSE survey. Both of those email addresses will come from Person Role Manager, which is a web application we access here at KDE. You can verify the accuracy of the persons for your district using the open house within Infinite Campus, within the KDE website. So just make sure that the correct contacts are listed there, because that is who the emails will be sent to and the surveys will be open to.
Wendy.
Yes, sorry.
I hate
Yes.
to interrupt, but I
Okay.
want to make sure that you have control of the presentation and that you're advancing the slides because there we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't do that. Thank you. The data visualization tool, we're not going to go into it a lot, but we do want to let you guys know that the Tableau data visualization tools are very valuable in assisting staff in analyzing student behavior data. And so the next slide is going to show you counts of days removed visualization. This view can be used to quickly obtain a list of students that have met or are close to meeting the 10 days before the manifestation determination requirement is met. So this slide is going to show you some of the new items. There were some updates recently to improve this view, but this is the counts of days removed visualization. And as you can see, it'll give you a list of the students and their out of school suspensions, in school suspensions, or expulsions, or interim alternative educational settings, because those are the days, or those are the state resolutions that help to accumulate those days. And it'll give you a quick view of totals for students so that you can start following up with those students or with the administrators for those students because they are over the days or close to the 10-day limit. So what we want to go through next, that's pretty much the end of year reporting. As always, if you have questions, just let us know. But there are some major changes coming to the data collection for 2021 school year, and we hope to get updated data standards out to you guys in May so you can prepare for through the summer for trainings and getting your Infinite Campus environment set up appropriately. The definition of in-school removal will be expanded to include removals during non-instructional time. So that will include if a student is removed from lunch, recess, or study periods. So it's basically, is a student removed from their setting during the time the bell rings in the morning till the bell rings in the afternoon. So that is a pretty big change. Previously, it was based on instructional time only. There's also going to be a new state code added to Infinite Campus, hopefully in a release here soon, for in-district removals. So once that's added, you'll need to look at your local resolutions and determine if they need to be updated to be mapped to this new in-district removal. So this is basically when a student is removed to another location. So if their regular setting is in one school and they're moved to an alternative school off-site or to another school in the district, then they need to be, the in-district removal code needs to be used and selected. So the 2021 behavior data standards will reflect these new items. So behavior reporting changes for 2021 just based on these new updates. And again, this is for 2021 school year. All resolutions of in-school removal and in-district removal will be included in the Safe Schools report. The school report card will aggregate records for these two codes and report them together. Also, for school report card, any resolution of in-school removal or in-district removal that has a length of 0.5 or less, or half a day or less, will not be included in the school report card. And again, that is for 2021 school report card. So that's a pretty significant change, and we'll cover that more throughout the year next year, but we did just want to let you guys know about that. So, as always, if you have questions, you can contact me via email, or Victoria or Amy, especially Amy for those special education related behavior questions. Our phone numbers and extensions are available there. And Becky, do you have any questions for us in Go Soapbox?
Yes, we do. One of the first ones, I'm hearing an echo. I'm not sure if you all are. One of the first questions that we have was, if we find resolutions whose duration is not calculated correctly, who do we contact? They can contact me, Wendy Newton, and we can work through it. That resolution calculation tool that I mentioned earlier and that we sent an email out about on Monday,
that tool is supposed to resolve those issues. But if you're still seeing the issues after that's been done, then definitely please contact me and we can work with IC if needed.
Okay, and the next question is about that calculation. How far back in school years did the resolution duration calculation go?
The current school year that's selected in the toolbar for the 1920 resolutions are the only ones that are affected by that for reporting.
Is the behavior attendance audit complete? I think they're just talking about the report. Is the behavior attendance audit report completely deprecated and no longer needed? We find that this report doesn't always give accurate data. What report is replacing the behavior attendance report?
Yes, so the behavior attendance report, like I stated earlier in the presentation, does not always calculate based on your early release days, your delays, or your NTI days. So that report we advise to discontinue use for Kentucky. Again, it's a canned IC report and it doesn't take into account the Kentucky attendance in every aspect. So discontinue of that report and now begin, because we have the new error and the updated warning that will cover both of the errors that you're receiving on the behavior attendance report. You will run the Safe Schools validation report now. And you can use the error 5 and the warning 1 to clean up that attendance and behavior resolution discrepancies.
Okay, I think that also took care of another question that had been entered about that same report. So how is the restraint tab useful?
The restraint and seclusion tab should no longer be used. We have restraint seclusion started being calculated on the behavior management tool in Infinite Campus as a state resolution. I do not think we've used the resolution, the restraint and seclusion tab, custom tab, since 2013. So you would definitely want to hide that tab in your district if you still have it. I may not be understanding the question, Becky. If I'm not, correct me.
I think that's what the question was. It's just there for historical purposes. It's not a tab that they should be entering any new data on.
That's correct. And even historical purposes at this point, I would only have, just a few people in my district that would need access to that at this point. But that would be a local district decision. But it is discontinued use. All that data is entered in behavior management tool now.
Okay, looks like we have one more question. When the Safe Schools spreadsheet is generated, do school administrators need to make sure that any blank fields that appear in the spreadsheet are completed in IC?
Not necessarily. So, start and end dates are not required for non-state resolutions. So those fields may be blank, which means your resolution link will be blank. So not necessarily the case.
Okay.
If they have specific questions, please have them reach out to me or Victoria, and we can look at their reports and give them advice based on that.
Okay.
Yes, this is Victoria. We'd be happy to help with that.
Okay. I am not seeing any other questions. If anybody, did have one just come in. Does the Safe Schools validation report fix the error in Infinite Campus that was populating anytime any of our schools or putting someone in in-school suspension for part of the day? We were getting numerous errors on this.
The new error on Safe Schools only looks at out-of-school suspension. The requirement for attendance and resolutions to be consistent is only on out-of-school suspension. So the error and the warning on Safe Schools will only look at out-of-school suspensions, not in-school removals.
Okay.
As always, just reach out to me or Victoria or Amy, and we have the ability to log in and run your Safe Schools report, and we can actually look at it with you and and advise you on any questions you have.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions you want to enter in Go Soapbox before we let these ladies go? All right. I see we are at exactly 1 o'clock, so thank you, ladies, and we will prepare for the next session. Our next session is English Learner and Immigrant Data Collection and Reporting, and this will be presented by Jessica Sanderson, Erin Suddeth, and Marjorie Conley. So I will turn the presentation over to them.
Good morning, good afternoon, I'm sorry. My name is Jessica Sanderson, and I will be one of the presenters for the Title III English Learners and Immigrant portion of today's training, and I will let my colleagues introduce themselves.
I'm Erin Suddeth. Good morning, I'm Marjorie Conley.
Okay. Let me take control. Okay, I have taken control, but it's not letting me advance slides. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so again, you will see the data standards and resources. On these pages, you can access the English Learner data standards. There's a link there. And then the immigrant data standards. You need to make sure that you're sharing this with all applicable staff in your districts. You can also reference the KDE's English Learner and Immigrant Data Collection website. There are a lot of resources and data timelines located on that website for your reference. You can also check out the English Learner and Immigrant Resources website for programmatic related resources as well. On the next few slides, we will discuss data elements from the data standards that will directly affect end-of-year reporting. So a few of the data elements are on the demographic detail page, and you can locate this. The path is Census, People, and Demographic tab, and these elements are required for EL and immigrant records. So the first one we have here is the date entered U.S. school. Here you're going to enter the date in which the student first enrolled in a school within the United States. Please note that the date entered the U.S., that data element has been removed from Infinite Campus, and you should not be collecting that upon a student's enrollment. The home primary language, you will choose from an alphabetical list of world languages. The home language is defined as the student's language spoken at home. And this information is obtained through the questions on the home language survey. In the case of a foreign-born student that is living in an English-speaking home, you will need to choose the student's native language and not the language spoken in the adopted family's home. So make sure you're choosing that student's native language for the home primary language. For a Native American language, if the student's home primary language is Native American, then you will also select this option from the drop list. Another note to keep in mind is the student's home primary language should not be updated when a student exits EL program status. So English Learner Program Status. This portion is only required for EL records. The path where you can find this is Student Information, Program Participation, English Learners, and EL tab. The program status, you must select or enter either EL or exited EL with a program exit date of 6/30 of that reporting year to make sure that that student is included in reporting. The program exit date, you will enter 6/30 of the year in which the student achieves the required access scores to exit the EL program. Once you do that, the monitoring dates will calculate based on the program exit date. You do not need to change the program status or enter a program exit date when a student graduates if they did not reach proficiency on the access prior to graduation. Okay. Moving on to EL services and accommodations. The path for this is student information, program participation, English learners, EL services tab. So when you are selecting a service or accommodation, you're going to select from the drop-down list that is provided, and you will select the service from the appropriate service from that drop-down list. Once you've selected your service, you need to enter the start date as the date that the service began. And it's very important that you do this because the student must have at least one active EL service to be included in reporting. So for EL accommodations tab, the path for that is student information, program participation, English learners, EL accommodations tab. Again, you'll select an accommodation from the drop list provided. You'll enter the start date as the date that the accommodation began. And for this one, students must have at least one instructional accommodation to be included in reporting. There are two accommodations, instructional and assessment, but we want to make sure that there's at least one instructional accommodation. Otherwise, they will not be included and they'll show up as an error when you run your EL extract. For assessment accommodations, these are required for state testing purposes. Another important note is for a student to be included on EL reporting, their record must have at least one active service and one instructional accommodation. So student records transfer, these are some steps that you'll need to take when a student enrolls or transfers into your district or withdraws from your district, and you'll want to try to do these as soon as possible, especially if the student is transferring out of your district so that receiving district can obtain those EL records within a timely manner. So if you are the former district or the originating district that is preparing for a transfer, you must end date the enrollment of the student before releasing the record for all transfer functionality to work correctly, and you should not end date EL accommodations or EL services when the student transfers to a new district. So the receiving district, which is the district that is obtaining the EL records from the originating district, it's very important that you do not create a new EL record for incoming students because that will create duplicate records. So you will want to wait and import that record from the previous district and then update it as needed. So when you're importing records, there are some import wizards that you'll need to run for EL students that are transferring into your district, and those are the assessment import wizard, the English learners import wizard, and the extended census import wizard. And then some transfer documents that you will need that will show what services and accommodations they were provided in the prior district are the English learners transfer document, the EL services, and the EL accommodations. Okay, EL program exit. So students who have obtained the EL proficiency on the 2020 access, you must update their record as follows. You'll change their program status to exited EL. The program exit date should reflect 6/30/2020. The EL service end dates will reflect 6/30/2020, and EL accommodation end dates will reflect 6/30/2020. These are for students who obtained EL proficiency on the 2020 access test. It's very important to ensure that the end dates are 6/30/2020 so the students are included on the EL extract for reporting purposes and for allocations. Okay. Now we'll talk a little bit about the English Learner State Report. You can find this report under the Kentucky State Reporting English Learners Extract. When you run this report, you're going to want to review and resolve any errors that are produced. One of the errors you might see is that the record does not have at least one service type that is overlapping the date range specified. Another error you might see is that the EL record does not have at least one instructional accommodation. And another one you may see is the home primary language is listed as English. Student records that include errors will not be included on the data that is reported and on the EL extract, so you want to make sure that you resolve any errors that are produced. There may be some warnings that are produced, and you will want to review and resolve these if applicable. So a warning you may see is the student's primary home language is listed as other, and that's okay, but we do prefer that if the language is actually listed, that you select the appropriate language and not just select other. But any student record that produces a warning will still be included in the data that is reported. Okay. So some immigrant data requirements. So you will find the immigrant data requirements under student information, general enrollment, state reporting fields, and the immigrant checkbox. So an immigrant is defined as any individual who is age 3 through 21, was not born in any state in the United States of America, including Puerto Rico, and has not been attending one or more U.S. schools for more than 3 full academic years. So this is calculated using that date entered U.S. school that is entered in the Census People Demographic tab. Again, that's not to be confused with the date entered U.S. We are only looking for the date entered U.S. school. Okay, and now I will turn it over to my colleague Marjorie. She's going to talk to you about the Immigrant State Report.
Hello, I'm going to discuss a little bit about the ad hoc filters that we've previously used to verify data versus the new custom report that we've got. The new custom report is for schools and districts to verify and validate their immigrant data. This report replaces the use of immigrant state published ad hoc filters. KDE recommends discontinuing use of these in school and districts. And the reports that we've previously used that we're discontinuing is immigrant student count, immigrant missing date entered U.S. school, and immigrant date entered U.S. school greater than 3 years. Those are being replaced with the Title III Immigrant Report. The path to find this report is Kentucky State Reporting, KDE Reports, Title III Immigrant. In order to access these, access must be granted to this report by the district system administrator. The purpose of the report is to produce aggregate immigrant data and the supporting student level detail for quality assurance review. The report can be generated by entering a date range on the landing page or selecting a year from the toolbar. The detailed report highlights errors for students identified as immigrant on the current enrollment, but the date entered U.S. school is greater than 3 years or null. These errors must be resolved for the student to be included as an immigrant student. Now I'm going to hand it back over to Jessica.
Okay, thank you, Marjorie. So now we're going to move on to the importance of data accuracy. So there are several reasons why it's important to make sure that your data is accurate. And one of the big ones is we use the data to determine Title III and immigrant district allocation. So it's important that you are going in throughout the year and reviewing the EL extract or your immigrant report, making sure that all your errors are resolved, and if any warnings, if you can, those are resolved as well. We have in the past had had instances where a district has been 1 or 2 students away from meeting that minimum 10,000 threshold to receive Title III, the EL grant, and they have some critical errors that they need to resolve. And then once those are resolved, they are now eligible to receive the funding. So it's very important. Another reason is because we use it for federal reporting. We use the EL extract and the immigrant data when we do end of year reporting and other federal reports. We use this data to determine SEEK funding allocations, and this data is reported on the school report card. Okay. And the last 2 slides, we will cover the English learner and immigrant data verification timeline and the EL and immigrant programmatic timeline. So this timeline is specific to data verification, the one that we're looking at. So the first time period is October 1st through October 30th. This is when districts will need to go in and review their EL extracts in Infinite Campus. This is for federal reporting. We look at any EL enrolled and served as of October 1st. November 1st, KDE will extract that EL data from Infinite Campus for federal reporting. So that's when that October 1st through the 30th is when you should be going in and ensuring that that data is completed. May 1st is district end of year data verification for English learner and immigrant opens. So you'll need to generate your state reports and resolve any errors that are produced. On June 30th, the district data verification for English learner and immigrant closes. So that's when all the immigrant and EL data should be updated and accurate in Infinite Campus. After state testing, but no later than June 26th, you'll need to go in and enter program status and program end dates as of 6:30 for students who exited the EL program during that academic year. And then on July 1st is when KDE will extract EL and immigrant data from Infinite Campus State Edition for end of year reporting. Okay. So our program allocation timeline, on the second Tuesday in March, KDE will extract the EL report, the EL data from Infinite Campus. This is to determine preliminary Title III funding allocations. In April, the preliminary Title III funding allocations will be uploaded into GMAP, which is also the grant management application and planning tool. Those 2 dates are very dependent upon when we receive the allocations from the federal government. If their timeline is delayed, it could push our timeline back a little bit as well. May 1st is the district data verification for EL and immigrant opens. June 30th, again, that EL and immigrant data needs to be updated and complete in Infinite Campus. Then on July 1st, KDE, we will extract the EL data from Infinite Campus for final Title III and SEEK funding allocations. So that will be for end of year reporting and allocation purposes. And then the second Tuesday in October is when we will extract immigrant data from Infinite Campus to determine immigrant subgrant allocations. Anytime you have questions, you can always contact me, Jessica Sanderson, Aaron Suddeth, or Marjorie. There's our email addresses and our phone numbers listed available. We are always available for you to provide technical assistance. So Becky, did we have any questions in Go Soapbox?
Yes, we do. Are we allowed to ask the date first entered U.S. school on the enrollment form and or the home language survey, or is that considered a chilling effect?
You can ask for the date entered U.S. school or any prior school enrollment information. You cannot ask for the date entered U.S. We don't recommend that it be put on the home language survey. It's not really most appropriate there. That doesn't mean that it's not necessarily allowable, because it could raise a chilling effect, and those questions with the chilling effect should be avoided on the home language survey. It's more appropriate to have those on the enrollment form.
How do you determine if a student is an immigrant?
So so you would follow the same steps you would for the home language survey. You would give that to any student who enrolls in your district that doesn't already have one on file. But beyond that, on your enrollment form, when you ask for the prior school enrollment, if they have attended a school outside of the U.S., they would have listed that on there.
Okay. And the last one says immigrant is any student with less than 3 full academic years in the USA taking the first day of U.S. school. But what about if a student arrives in the middle of academic years? How do you count that?
You would count it up as cumulative months. So however many months are in an academic school year, that's when it would begin. So if they arrive in March, you would start March, April, May. If your school ends in May, then you would pick that back up and whenever your school resumed.
This is Wendy. I just want to add something quickly to that. So the reporting in Infinite Campus for immigrant is all based on that date entered U.S. school. So if they entered the U.S. school and it was the middle of the school year, so it was March 15th, then that date entered U.S. school would be March 15th, and that's when the calculation would start.
But you want to make sure that you're not just putting the date that they enrolled in your school, because they might have attended a U.S. school before transferring to your school or district.
Yes, that's true.
So even if they attended a school in another state, that's still a U.S. school. That time would count as well. Thank you, Wendy.
Can the home language survey be included on your enrollment form?
Can you repeat that question? You cut out on me.
Can the home language survey be included on your enrollment form?
No, the home language survey needs to be a separate document from your enrollment form. And the reasoning is because on the enrollment form, you're asking for information that is not allowed to be asked on the home language survey. So questions like social security number, and date entered U.S. school and things like that, things that could raise a chilling effect, need to be avoided on the home language survey. Therefore, the two documents are to be separate.
Okay.
This is Erin. I just want to jump in really quick and say that we did recently, I think it was just last month, release a home language survey template form that went out in our Title III newsletter. It's also posted on our Title III documents and resources page. Districts are not required to use that, but it does contain a lot of really good clarifying information for that home language survey. We were running into situations where parents weren't always fully understanding the purpose of the survey, and I think that if districts want to use that, that'll really help them clear all that up and help identify kids more accurately.
Okay, since state testing is not happening this year, can we change EL status for students who exited with Access 2020?
Yes, because our access window actually closed before the school closure. So all of our access scores will still be uploaded into Infinite Campus and will be available. So we will still be able to use those scores for 2020 to determine exit status.
And when would schools be receiving access test scores?
That question would need to be asked. You would need to ask Chris Williams. I believe it's coming up soon if it hasn't happened already, but definitely reach out to Chris Williams in Assessment and Accountability, and she can get that definite date for you.
I believe that the test scores are sent by the vendor to the districts in May, but they're not actually loaded into Infinite Campus until fall with the rest of the assessments. But Chris Williams can give definites.
Does home language form need to be given in primary home language?
Any documents, including the home language survey, it has to be translated or interpreted into the family's native language so that they can understand it. Yes. It doesn't have to be
Okay.
written and or translated like a written document, but there has to at least be someone there that could interpret it into a native language.
Okay, if the district does online registration, can they include the home language survey?
The home language survey can be included in the online registration process. We've just recommended that it be its own little separate page, whether that be before or after the enrollment questions. But yes, you can include that in online enrollment. But again, you want to make sure that when the families are filling that out, that it's in a language they can understand, and that the home language survey is fully explained so that they know that if they answer a language other than English, that means that their child is going to be assessed for English language proficiency and could potentially receive English language services.
Okay. Should you uncheck immigrant on the enrollment tab as soon as the 3-year period is up? There is not really a start and end date for this.
I'm going to defer that question to Wendy.
Sorry, Becky, can you repeat that for me?
Sure. Should you uncheck immigrant on the enrollment tab as soon as the 3-year period is up? There's not really a start and end date for this.
Yes. So the new KDE customer immigrant report that Marjorie covered in this slide, and we sent notification out about yesterday. If districts will run that title, it's called Title III Immigrant report, it will give them a list of all students who have immigrants checked on their current enrollment, and it will also give them the date entered U.S. school value, and if it is past 3 years, or if the date entered U.S. school field is empty, then that data is highlighted in the report, and that'll give districts the ability to, if the date entered U.S. school date has passed the 3 years, then they would then go in and, yes, deselect the immigrant checkbox on the enrollment.
When a student transfers out of state, will we need to end date student service in IC?
No. When a student transfers out of your district, even if it's out of state, do not end date services or accommodations.
So when you run the ad hoc and you run from one date to another date, it might not be exactly 3 calendar years for immigrant count if it is by academic year. So you have to calculate on academic months, right?
Correct.
Someone has added a comment that says the access scores are available starting tomorrow, April 24th, based on the email from DRC. And then a final question. Shouldn't a home language survey be completed only once upon initial enrollment, as that is information that was provided earlier this year? So it wouldn't be included in OLR or as part of annual enrollment.
That's a good point to make, and I'm glad that question was asked. They are correct. It should only be given upon initial enrollment, and it should not be given annually. If you or your district can work that out to where it's still part of the online enrollment for that first time, then fine. But you're going to have to implement some internal processes to make sure that home language survey is not given annually. Correct. Thank you.
Okay, and this is a comment that was added regarding the statement about access scores being available. That person meant that the score report availability will be April 24th. And then we had another question come in. We cannot currently give the WIDA online screener due to COVID-19, but have received recent arrival students who will likely qualify as EL when we are able to give the assessment. How can these students be included in this year's EL counts?
So we are currently working on some guidance that is going to be released as soon as possible. It's actually going through the review process through leadership and communications and all of that. So hopefully that's going to be released very soon. I don't have an actual date, but you can still include those students on this year's reporting by if you suspect that a student is going to be eligible for EL program services, or if that student has prior EL enrollment. If they have prior EL enrollment, go ahead and mark them as EL and begin services based on the records you have available. If it's a new student who has not been identified, you will continue to give the home language survey, and you know, we do recommend following social distancing procedures, and if you have to, you could provide that survey over the phone or through virtual means. And then if they have a language other than English, then you will want to use whatever records you have available to you. So you could use like assessment data, transcripts. If they have any other English language proficiency scores in Infinite Campus already, use what you have available to determine the services that may benefit them. You will still be, you're still required by the federal government to notify the parents within 14 days, and we are recommending that you do a phone notification or a virtual notification to let the parent know that, you know, their student has been identified and that they could benefit from these services. You would create a temporary PSP that would be used during this emergency NTI period, and then go ahead and begin services. And you would go ahead and mark that student in Infinite Campus as EL, and you could put the service types and instructional accommodations in Infinite Campus, and then just somewhere internally you're going to want to keep a manual list of all the students who do enroll during this time, so that when school resumes you could give them the WIDA screeners and determine permanent placement at that time.
Okay, we are out of time. We will make sure that all of these questions get answers added to them so that we can post a Q&A document out there for all of the sessions that we have had today. We want to thank everyone for joining us today. We had a very large crowd register. The last count that I got was 367, and that is wonderful. We're very excited to know there was so much interest in the training today. Just a few reminders. In order to get the slide presentations, you needed to register, and you will also be sent a link to a survey. You must complete that survey if you need ELA credit for your participation today. So if you were online and you did not get registered, make sure that you do that. That registration link will be there for another 30 days. Be sure that you go out there and register so you can get that post-training survey to complete so that you can get that ELA credit. The training today was recorded. We will get the recording out on the KDE Media portal as soon as we get these sessions cleaned up and separated, and you will go out there to the archive tab to find those session videos. I think that's it for me. Dee Dee, anything you want to add before we bring this to a close and let Andy and Megan run on to their next?
No, we're out of time anyway. I want to let them run and thank everybody for participating today. Thank Andy, Megan, Linda, Ryan, Becky, everybody involved in creating all these presentations and all the presenters that helped us out today. We will leave the Go Soapbox open through the rest of the day. So if you think of a question that you didn't raise during the session, go ahead and put it out there and we'll try to get a response as part of our Q&A back to you. Thank you again.
Stay safe, everybody.
Take care.